Hello, everyone, and welcome to the 11th Menchik Memorial. Today is round 6. We are back with the broadcast as already 5 games have been played and a lot has been decided already. Welcome in, everyone. The games have started and we're back to the delay. As you guys know, the games are delayed by 15 minutes, so that is why we start 15 minutes after the games have actually started. On the screen, you're able to see the games live, but that is over now. That is over as we are back to 15-minute delay. At least I hope the camera settings are accurate now. We'll see. But for now, yeah, we're back. We're back in time. So, as 5 rounds have already been played in this tournament, there's only 4 rounds to go, and soon we're starting to see who is ahead of in the rest of the against the rest in the field, and who is still fighting for a norm, because this tournament, is all about getting a norm. This tournament, it is a special 10-player round robin, which means that all players are playing against each other, and the players are fighting for norms. There's 3 very strong title players, at least WGM or higher, in order to have the possibility for the other players to get a WGM norm in this tournament. So with my calculations, if I'm not mistaken, with a score of 7 out of 9, if a player reaches this score, they achieve the Woman Grandmaster norm in this tournament. And I believe with 5 points out of 9, the players achieve a Woman International Master norm. Now, of course, not all players are fighting for Women International Master norm, but some are, and it's very possible for them to achieve it. And yes, I already see the chat mentioned Cecile is looking good for the norm. Exactly. She's on 4 points right now. She needs 3 out of 4, which is still quite difficult. She has to win most of her games. And yeah, she had a great chance earlier today to win her game, but she made a draw. So yeah, those half points can be quite costly. But for now, she's doing fine. She's on her way. And if she reaches 7 points, she will have the WGM norm. Thank you so much, Paul. Thank you. It is a great pleasure to be commentating here. Unfortunately, I wish I was there too as a player, but this is the second best choice to be commentating. It's an absolute honor because this event is so special. I've been following this from the side for a while now, for the past couple of years. One edition, there was a player with 9 out of 9 score, which was incredible. And yeah, there has been so many great players participating in this tournament. And if I have not mentioned it already, this is a tournament with 10 women participating, and it is all in memoriam of Vera Menchik. Vera Menchik, that is who the tournament is named after. She was the very first women's world chess champion. So it's really nice that we can carry her legacy through a tournament like this, inspiring other women and other girls in the world to pursue chess, to continue playing chess, and to show how fun and how great chess is, and that is also very accessible for women. Yes, it's been an absolute pleasure, but don't worry, we have a lot of games to go still. We have crossed the halfway mark of the tournament, but the last 4 rounds are going to be very exciting because now we're going to see who is fighting for the norm. And of course, also some of the players such as Claudia Coulon, who is just standing up on the screen here. She is on 4.5 out of 5. She has been doing amazing so far. So yeah, she is also the leader by far on rating. So as a first seed, she is doing her job to try to stabilize and to keep her rating. But yeah, some of the other players are also doing amazing. Laura Schulze, who's also fighting for the Women Grandmaster title, She is on 3 out of 5. She still has a chance, but she will have to win the rest of her games. So the next 4 games she'll have to win. If I quickly have a glance at her schedule, her pairings, that is, she doesn't have the toughest schedule anymore, as in she did face quite some strong players. She already faced Claudia, she already faced Ketevan, who is the only grandmaster in the field. So yeah, she still has a very good chance, but she still has to face Cecile. She has to face the other player who's also fighting for the norm. So that will happen, I believe, in round... Let me see. I believe that is round 7. So in round 7, which is actually tomorrow already. So that would be a big clash to see who will prevail. Looks like, well, theoretically it's possible for both to norm, but the chances are not that high, because then Lara would have to win and both of them have to win their remaining games. So the chances are not high of that happening, but you never know. Yeah, so about the room, I have seen a lot of questions about where the players are. They're currently in a different room. I believe they're still in the same building as last time that we saw them playing, but they're in a different room because in the previous room there was a bit of a noise problem. It was probably a bit noisy over there with the Mind Sports Olympiad also happening at the same time. I believe it was right next to the room as well. So they decided to move to another floor. And yeah, they are in a bit cozier space, although you guys don't see this from the cameras, but basically the wall that you see on the right side of this camera, behind that wall, there's 2 more boards located. So it's cozy, but there's also some space. But yeah, this is what we'll have to deal with, I believe, for the remaining rounds. But yeah, as long as the players feel comfortable, of course. But it helps that there's not too many players. And yeah, we'll see. But for now, this is why the players have moved to a different room. And yeah, just quickly glancing the standings one more time. So oh, there's some things being adjusted on my screen. Let me refresh. Oh, there's some changes being made to my screen, so the standings will... Uh-oh. Okay, let me check this other tab. I was looking at the standings on Lichess, but now there are some changes being made there, so now my settings are not up to date anymore, but that's okay. Okay, let me go back to the standings. So we have Andrea Mariora Kosman with 3.5 out of 5. She is the Women's National Master, so she's also trying to get the norm, the WGM norm. She's also still on track, but of course, it's a big challenge. So let's see if she can manage to do it. And then we have Kamila Hirshenko, who is a Women FIDE Master. She's on 2.5 points. So she's out of the race for the Women Grandmaster norm, but she's still fighting for the Women International Master norm. So that's good to know. And, well, in theory, all of the other players are also fighting for the Women International Master norm, so it's still possible, but very difficult. The less points you have, the harder it is, of course, because you'll have to win a lot of games for the norms. This is not my grandmother, although there is a lot of resemblances with my grandmother, but no. This is Vera Menchik. Vera Menchik, the first women's world chess champion, and she yeah, she was she never lost her title. She still had her title when she unfortunately died in the Second World War. So yeah, she died way too young, but it would have been amazing to have more of her chess seen by the world. But it's very important and very nice that we get to carry her legacy through such a tournament. So yeah, without further ado, We've been talking a lot about different things, but let's dive into the games because the games have been very exciting. Earlier today, there was quite some excitement happening. Just to give you an update about the earlier rounds. So this morning, the players also played a round, and also good to note that we started the round 30 minutes later, around 6, because the players requested for extra time after the morning round, which makes sense because the morning round is quite tough if you have a long game, which is very likely to happen. In this time control, the time control is 90 minutes with 30 seconds added every single move. With this time control, there's a very big chance that the games finish around either move 40 or around the time that the players are very low on time. So what typically happens, the players spend all their time, which means that 3 hours would have passed, and then even more time because they get 30 seconds increment. So you can say that most of the action happens around between 3 hours into the game until, well, 4 hours, because that's usually when the games end. So that is why if you imagine the game start, I believe 10 a.m. local time, then 2 p.m. the game's finished, and then you have 1 hour time to prepare or to get ready for the next round, which is not so much time, especially because you'll like to have some food after the game, and then it's basically eat and go to the game, which can be quite inconvenient. It happens a lot in double round tournaments that it's a big hassle to try to get around and make it in time for the next round. But yeah, not all days are double rounds, only some days, and today is one of them. Tomorrow we will have the afternoon round only, same as the rest of the rounds this weekend. But as we're commentating on afternoon rounds, so we'll be back with the broadcast on tomorrow on Friday as well as Sunday, but unfortunately not on Saturday. Also good to mention that the Sunday round is happening at 10 a.m. local time in the morning. So make sure to keep that in mind. So earlier today, Claudia beat Ketevan in a nice fight. It was a very... Well, Claudia had a upper hand until this... Well, she had an upper hand earlier in the game, and then she lost the advantage. She was winning it back here and there, but eventually this position, I think, was the critical moment where Ketevan was very low on time. She made the final mistake. Sorry, as yeah, apparently this is a draw. As not much is happening. Black has the pawns that can't really do much. White has the pawns, and well, they look a bit scary. But as long as Black has all those checks on the board, Black should be able to force a repetition at some point. We have the Queen G2. Very sneaky move, because now after check, King F2, and this allowed, well, this forced the trade rather. And it turns out that in this endgame, it's completely winning as the pawns are unstoppable of White. Despite the fact that Black is up a pawn, this is how Claudia ended up winning the game. So that was very well done. And this is why I have mentioned this other times as well. In this time control, it's so important to play fast, because most of the most important mistakes of the game happen towards the end when you have very less time. So it's very important to manage your time well and try to at least have a couple of minutes at the end, towards the end. But of course, you never know when the end is. But yeah, you try to keep some time aside for as much as possible, because this might happen. You have 30 seconds and time goes by so fast, and then you end up making a mistake. So it's very likely to happen. So yeah, this was it was a very interesting game. Other than that, Anusha lost to Lara Schultz. Andrea Mariora drew against Shambavi. Cecile Hazelnut drew Katarzyna. Cecile actually had the upper hand for most part of the game, but I just want to illustrate one important moment where in this position knight b6, and Cecile had a big advantage here. I believe she had to play g6 and open it up on the king side for her pieces to access it, perhaps with the queen to enter somehow. But she went for rook takes e6 immediately, which makes sense at first. But the problem is that apparently there's check and rook takes f4 played by Katarzyna, and now it turns out that this king is in trouble. There's a passed pawn on g4 here. There is an attack on the king, and the knight and the queen, they are a very good team together. So that is why in this position, Cecile was kind of forced to give up the rook, and then she had to force a draw here. So yeah, that actually turned out to be very dangerous. And then after a lot of checks, they agreed to a draw. So yeah, that goes to show anything can happen, especially when players are low on time. And yeah, Cecile actually had quite a lot of time. So, well, compared to normal, because she still had 10 minutes here. But yeah, it was such an unexpected sequence of events that, yeah, despite having enough time to figure it out, it was still a surprising idea with rook takes f4 sacrificing the exchange, and it turns out that it's completely fine for black. So yeah, that was a good, very good defense by Katarzyna, drawing the game against Cecile, making it a little bit more difficult for Cecile to get the WGM norm. But obviously, she still has great chances, and she is, yeah, she's definitely important to follow in this tournament. We'll check her game out very soon. And finally, Elmira unfortunately lost to Camila. Elmira not having had a great tournament so far. Very tough. She was actually doing amazing at the early stages of the game, but in the end game, she seems to have crumbled a bit, probably in time pressure. So yeah, tough tournament for Elmira. Let's hope that she manages to recover in the second half of the tournament, but the first half has not been going her way whatsoever. So let's see if she can fight back after this. All right, let's go check out the games of today, of this round. So we have Ketevan against Camila. It started with e4 d6, the Philidor defense with e5, bishop c4 h6, a4 a5. Interesting. Usually a5, you want to reserve the a5 square for the queen when a4 is played. So typically what happens is c6 and queen a5. It's a possibility, but playing a5 so soon, it is normal, but oh, sorry. Yeah, it seems to be too soon. It turns out a short castle is not the move here, which, well, it's the normal move, but perhaps there is something concrete here. A concrete reason why a5 is not so good. Let's see. It's always tough in these positions because white has a lot of space, so making the right move, well, usually it involves a developing move just to keep the activity going, but sometimes there's something concrete, and that's not so easy. Turns out it is indeed a developing move, but surprisingly enough, short castle was not favored by the computer. Bishop e3 or queen e2 were much better options. As it turns out, short castle, I'm trying to figure out what the difference is. Perhaps the difference is not so big and the computer's just being super harsh. But yeah, maybe there is a concrete reason why bishop e3 is preferred here. Let's say c6 now. What happens after c6? Okay, it seems to be the case that white is going for long castle here. This makes a lot of sense. Now I'm starting to understand it. So typically in these positions, you'd like to castle long here. But by doing that, you allow black to attack on the queen side, which can get really dangerous. So by playing a5, you're already fixing the pawn structure here. And in case white goes long castle in these positions, there's queen a5. You can try to break through by pushing b5, and then you get access to the a file. So that is very dangerous. So now after playing a5, this gives the opportunity to white to castle long and not deal with those scary moves. And it's really difficult to see how black can actually attack on the queen side. So that's why it was a better plan here to go for bishop e3, queen e2, and long castle. But I don't think it's a very big difference because short castle, c6, rook e1, and we're in a classic fielder position where white has a lot of space and much better development of the pieces, but black is staying solid and sort of waiting to see what white does. And at the right time, black will strike back in the center. But it depends on white. If they don't allow any of this, it might be a very difficult game for black. But especially when this opening comes as a surprise, it may not be so easy for white to deal with the amount of space they have. So yeah, it's very easy to lose the advantage in these positions. It happens very quickly. All right. So this is the current position. Ketevan has been thinking quite a bit. Camilla has been playing quite quickly, surprisingly enough. Perhaps she is going for a standard setup in the Philidor and not spending too much time on it because there's not that much happening just yet. So yeah, seems to be some sort of preparation on her end, a bit of a surprise perhaps, and Ketevan has been taking her time here. So let's take a look at the next game. Katarzyna against Elmira. Ooh, wow, we see a Caro-Kann. Elmira plays this a lot. I play with Elmira in the foreign CL. We are on the same team, and I've seen some of her games when I was sitting either next to her or we were playing the same round. And when I would see her games, she would play the Caro-Kann often. So, yeah. This seems to be well-known territory for her. Knight g3, bishop g6, h4, h5, c4, and now c5. Okay. Counter-attacking in the center. Seems to be the case that Katarzyna is surprised here. Usually after c4, black simply ignores it, plays knight e7, knight d7. This is the common approach. And after c takes d5, you can often take with the knight, and you just have this strong square, and this pawn on d4 is quite weakened. So that is a more common approach, I believe. But now with c5, it's already putting a lot of pressure in the center. Yes, I believe she has been taking all her time after c5 because she played c4 pretty quickly, 9 seconds it says, and then c5 happened soon after, and she has been spending her time ever since. So yeah, it's a bit of an unusual position. She put so much pressure in the center. Doesn't happen too often, at least in the Caro-Kann advanced. Unless there's c5 earlier. But with bishop f5, this sort of pressure in the center doesn't happen so soon. Yeah, it makes a lot of sense, because obviously if you take here, the pawn on e5 is weakened, and if c takes d5, you can simply take with the queen. And the pawns in the center are actually extremely weakened. So, yeah, it's quite surprising that this is possible. Yeah. It's funny to see that this pawn essentially wasted time to get to c5, but it seems to work out for black. And if here bishop d3 was played, it would look very similar to a French, but then without the light squared bishop. So I guess that is something that black would sign up for. Because now there's no light squared bishop anymore that is stuck over here. It's not the end of the world, but it's basically a better version of the French. Although h5 is a slightly suspicious, perhaps here, but I think it's still fine. Worst case, you play g6 to defend the pawn. Also, actually, now that I think about it, if you lose the h pawn, the h4 pawn is also a target. So there is a lot of these variations in the Caro, especially because this happens a lot. H4, h5 happens a lot in the Caro-Kann. If, let's say, white manages to take here, there's always a way for black to take the pawn on h4 after kicking the knight out. So that's why the pawn is often not hanging, or not entirely. So yeah, c4, c5 on the board. We'll let Katarzyna think about her moves for a little while as she decides to do what to do here. But her time management is for now worrisome. But I do understand it because it's not easy to find a good move here. Every single capture feels off. And if you don't capture, then I think black will simply capture. Let's say knight to c3, a normal developing move, already feels quite troublesome because c takes c4, queen takes, and knight c6 is possible with the attack on the queen and the pawn on e5. Yeah, I don't think that's what you sign up for with white here. So you'll basically have to respond to the pawn move here, either by taking here or taking here, but you don't really get happy about that either. So, yeah. Already tough position for Katarzyna. So let's see what she decides to do here. Let's move on to another game. I see some crazy things happening here. Is this a Benoni? I believe so. Cecile going for this opening. Knight f3, bishop d6, and e4. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. So black gives up the pawn to get a lot of play. But the question is always, is it really worth it? Because at the same time, white gets a lot of play too. e4 is a very strong move, actually. So that's a very nice find. So obviously the first question we ask ourselves here is, what happens after d takes d4? I believe knight g5 is very unpleasant because attacks a pawn, and e6 is also a weakness now. And if bishop b7, then you lose e6. Although that piece might get trapped, but I think it's still fine. I think it's still fine, but you have to be very careful. Fortunately for white, there's knight takes g7 here. So the knight survives, or black is losing a piece in the process upon capturing the other piece. So yeah, e4, very strong move. Same goes for knight takes e4, knight takes e4, pawn takes e4, and now knight to g5. Same story, both pawns under attack, bishop can only defend one. And yeah, once you lose this pawn, let's say black castles, knight takes e4. Yeah. What do we make of this position? I don't see much for black. Despite the fact that this king is still in the center, it's quite easy for white to castle, at least castle kingside. And other than that, it's really difficult for black to develop pieces. I mean, first of all, the knight is unable to develop whatsoever. Second of all, the bishop here, I mean, you can play bishop b7, but first you have to take care of this piece right here because it's under attack. And yeah, by attacking this piece, you force his bishop to move, but there's also a pawn hanging here. So yeah, this is rather unpleasant. So I wonder what Cecile will decide to do here. But for now, Shambhavi doing amazing. e4 is a very nice move. The other move that comes to mind is d4, but I would be concerned about allowing e5 so easily. Yeah, tough position. It makes sense that Cecile went for this variation, perhaps to try to get her opponent out of book, or she saw perhaps a line that she really liked to play against. or she simply, what sometimes happens is that players play dubious openings such as this one to try to get a game, and despite the fact that they are at a disadvantage, as you can tell from this position, white is doing much better. There's always a way to fight back. And there is something beautiful about getting a disadvantage out of the opening, but then fighting back. And by creating such an imbalanced position where not only is it an imbalance, but it's also that you're in a worse position. And that makes the task, that gives the task to the opponent to try to win the position, which may not be as easy as it may sound. So, yeah, it's very different in practice. And if you play, let's say, a very equal opening and it's very dry, there's not much happening, then there is a very big chance that the game ends in a draw, or, yeah, you're not able to get much with black, and then you have to play for 2 results, which is either you lose or you make a draw. So then people decide to play such openings such as this one that creates an imbalance very early on. And yeah, it might be easier this way to get something happen in the position, and it gives space, it gives the room for errors. So it allows your opponent to make mistakes too. So yeah, a complicated position. Let's see how Cecile deals with it, but for now, it's not going her way. But it's too early to call anything. Let's take a look at Lara against Andrea Mariora. Oh, this looks like Marozzi bind. And it sort of was. Not entirely. So this was a queen takes d4, Sicilian, knight c6, bishop b5. This is normal. c4, okay, going for the Marozzi bind. And yeah, we're basically in the Marozzi bind where the bishop is out. Usually this bishop is behind the pawns, but now it's out of the pawn chain, which I wonder if this is good for white or not. I think it's not a very big difference. I think it's fine. I think it's fine. Maybe it's good for white because the bishop is usually very passive here, and black side squared bishop gets very active, is the attacking piece, supporting the pawn pushes b5 or d5 at some point. So perhaps this is a good idea by white to trade off the bishops this way. Oh, just as we tune in here, there is a mistake on the board. Let's dive into this. Lara spent quite some time here. I wonder what the problem is with this move. So what we know from Marozzi bind structures, we don't want to trade those bishops with white. And the reason why is because let's just make a few moves. Let's say white goes for this move. Now you will start to notice how the dark squares are quite weakened. So knight c5 comes to mind, knight e5, even knight b6 is possible to target c4. And it's really difficult for white to control all those dark squares. At some point, maybe even d4 might be accessible to our knight on d7. So that is why in the Marozzi bind, we try to avoid trading bishops to not allow a knight so easily on those dark squares. Here, perhaps it might be fine, but bishop a3 has a concrete problem, as it seems like, which is bishop takes c3. Now, the common belief is that having such a strong bishop, such as the bishop on g7, it's a big reason to not trade the bishop for this knight here. B takes c3, and usually the case is that such a trade is not good for the person that gives up the bishop for the knight, because you weaken the side where the bishop was fianchetted quite a bit. You weaken some squares around the king here, for example, and the bishop is a strong piece. It's a waste. So you'd rather not trade it off so easily for a knight. But in this specific position, I think there's a concrete problem that this bishop is actually not that good. And I don't see a way for white to fully, properly attack here, which would be the main idea, because there is no dark squared bishop around here anymore. So now let's say knight c6, and I'm already starting to notice concrete problems with the pawns here. Let's say rook c8, knight a5, already targeting the pawn here. And big chance that white cannot defend the pawn on c4. Yeah, so that is why instead of bishop e3, that was a big mistake as it allows bishops to take c3. So instead, bishop d2 would have been the better developing move, simply to protect the knight on c3, and the game would continue. So, yeah. But of course, it's easy to say it from the side while we're watching the game. But yeah, bishop e3 giving her opponent a big opportunity to take over in the game with bishop takes c3. The question is Andrea Marioara going to play this? You never know. Tough decision she has to make here. But this would be positionally very good. Her knights are much better than this bishop right here. This bishop is not doing anything. And that happens a lot, actually, in the Marazzi bind. White's dark squared bishop is just there for defensive purposes. But without the light squared bishop on e2, the pawn on c4 simply doesn't have much protection. Somehow this idea of bishop takes c3 is often underrated, even among top gyms. Okay, so with this, you're saying bishop takes c3 might be very difficult to play here for black. It would make sense. It would make sense. Let's see if Andrea decides to play it. She might spend quite some time on it now, so let's see. But I'm very curious to see if she'll play it. It will be amazing. Yeah, so typically the weak squares around the king would be a big problem, but here I'm failing to see how white can actually take advantage of it. It's really difficult for the queen and the other pieces to reach the king, strangely enough, because normally that would be the way to go. But here, the king is just not accessible, ironically. White just has no time to even get close to it. If bishop h6, we just move the rook, and there's no way for us to reach g7 here. Right, f6 can also be very helpful, yeah. Yeah, so let's see. Let's go to Claudia's game. Claudia against Anusha. What was the beginning like? c4, e5, okay. Oh, hey, this is familiar. I played against Claudia in there was this Team Poland against Team World tournament happening, and alongside the event, which was a classical event, there were also rapid and blitz tournaments, and I believe it was it rapid or blitz that I played against Claudia? Either time control, it was either rapid or blitz in Wroclaw, where she also played c4 against me, I remember. And we had a very similar variation, but I believe she went for g3. I don't remember exactly, but it was a very similar opening. So that's how I recognized this. I thought, hey, that's familiar. I had a nice game against her, so that's why I remember it decently well. But yeah, this is very different from my game, as white has a lot of activity here. So even though black got a lot of space on the king side, you can't really do much with it as of now. This this sort of starts to remind me of the French Winnower variation, but of course completely different, but with a queen like this on a5. It starts to remind me of it a little bit, although this is completely different, of course. Bishop e2, bishop g7, bishop d2. Simply developing h3, okay. Sort of passing the move as well. And now we are here. Okay, wait, Claudia is still in 1.5 hours. Wow, she spent most of her time on the short castle. Actually, that's not true. She spent it on h3. But yeah, she basically played all those moves very quickly. She seems to be still in her preparation, or at least somewhat. So yeah, I like her position as well. She has much more control in the position, although her bishops are not doing much just yet. But I'm curious to see what her pawn breaks will be here, because I think that will define her plan and the position, because her pieces cannot do much. You need more space with white, I think. So opening up some files or diagonals would be really helpful. Or she's just playing fast as usual. That is possible too. That is possible too. I'm just checking YouTube real quick. Hello, everyone watching from YouTube. We are live on my Twitch channel, where the most chat interaction happens. But we also are live on my YouTube channel, as well as the England Chess Federation's YouTube channel. So if you have any questions, whether it's about the event or about the positions, about the games we see today, for example, feel free to ask anything, any questions you may have. I'm here to answer them. And yeah, we're here to check out the games, analyze them as much as possible. And perhaps you're rooting for someone in particular. If you're rooting for a player, let us know. And I'd be happy to take a look at their game. Welcome in. Hello, hello. So yeah, it's super exciting that this tournament is happening. I really like it when I play European Women's Chess Championship, although it's a very tense event. Everyone is very well prepared, and there's a lot at stake at those tournaments. So it's a tough tournament, but it is a very fun one, and it reminds me of that tournament a little bit, and the fact that there are norms at stake, and yeah, the games are quite close. Every single game is so tense. Makes it even more exciting. And also, I might be biased in this, but I have faced half of the field already, so it brings back memories of my games against those players. And yeah, it's always nice to watch those players, their games. For example, Claudia has been very inspiring. She has been showing us fantastic prep. And that's the thing with round robins. Round robins often produce very interesting ideas. You get to see someone's opening preparation. And yeah, there's some interesting ideas that come out of these tournaments, because a lot of preparation goes into this, as there's a lot at stake. The players are trying to achieve norms. So in order to achieve those norms, you have to be very well prepared. Then the players actually had about 2 weeks to prepare against their opponents. So that is quite a lot of time. And yeah, that's why it's so exciting and interesting to see what happens here. And also, I'm just noticing that Claudia is up on time by about half an hour. Wow. Thank you for the raid, Nude. We got a raid here on Twitch. Thank you so much, Nude. Hope you had a good stream. Have fun at the chess club. Welcome in, everyone. Hello. We're covering the 11th Menchik Memorial. It's a tournament happening, I believe, every single year, which is a round robin played by 10 women players. And there are international master norms that can be achieved here. So a lot at stake, very exciting, and we're already in round 6. So we crossed half of the tournament, the halfway mark. We have 4 rounds to go, and soon we will see who is still fighting for the norm. There are still possibilities of getting norms. We have both women grandmaster norms that can be achieved, but also women international master norms for some of the players that don't have the title just yet. As the commentator, I have the liberty and privilege to be able to say to talk about Norse, which which usually doesn't happen. On when my games are happening, but as a commentator, I have the liberty to do so. All right. So yeah, for now, Claudia blitzing out her moves. She's looking very good, and it's also a very good strategy, right? Remember, we have no additional time after move 40. It's just 90 minutes with 30 seconds increment every single move, and that's it. So if you're down to 1 minute, the way to get out of it is by blitzing the rest of the game to then stack up the 30 seconds, which is very difficult and also not recommended. So that is why it's important to manage your time well. Now Claudia is doing amazing at that. She's a 1.5 hour. And as long as you're making healthy, logical moves that don't blunder on the spot, you're fine. Because being up on time like this with a 30-minute difference can already be very decisive for the game. You can almost argue that psychologically it's the equivalent of being up a piece, I would like to say. Because, I mean, being up a piece, very big chance you're going to win. Same thing with when you're up more than 30 minutes on the clock in this time control. I think psychologically it's affecting the players a lot, and specifically the person that is much lower on time. There's already quite a lot of pressure. Well, maybe Anusha does not feel the pressure, but it is difficult to face a strong player who is also playing very quickly. I know all about this. So, yeah. That's why it's a very good strategy play, Claudia. Just play fast, just play normal, healthy looking moves. She's saving her energy as well, because spending so much time also comes at the cost of having to spend a lot of energy. And at some point, if you get tired, then time trouble happens, and then that's usually where players crumble. So yeah. Yeah, so knight a4 is a very nice move, right? Because queen b6 was just play. And now with knight a4, if queen takes a5, bishop takes a5, this feels very pleasant for white because this pawn is hanging here, and you can fix the pawn structure with white by playing c5, and that looks very, very nice for white. Of course, with all the pawns still on the board, there are chances that there might be a fortress happening, but for now there are some imbalances in the position, so it's fine. But you have to be careful with white. For now, Anusha is spending her time. As her queen is under attack, there's a chance she might play queen b7, which is perfectly fine. But it's slightly annoying to just play queen b6 and then already having to retreat. That's not why you played queen b6. So yeah, we'll have to see what she decides to do here. I would expect the trade to happen, but then again, she might be feeling very uncomfortable with her queenside pawns. So that is why maybe she would like to retreat to b7 instead, to just support the pawns a bit and not head into the endgame that quickly. Actually, let me check something. Let me confirm something real quick. Ah, yes, Anusha has actually been playing really well this tournament. She has 2 points out of 5. She lost to Lara earlier today, which is no shame. Lara is rated nearly 2350. She's a very strong player and also fighting for WGM norm in this tournament. And the only other loss that Anusha has was the one where she flagged sort of by accident. She was repeating moves and she could actually have claimed the threefold repetition right then and there. But instead, she was not in time to make her move and she flagged on the spot. So that was the reason she lost this game in round 2. Otherwise, she would have had at least 2.5 out of 5. But okay, this was a couple of rounds ago, so yeah. But yeah, she's been playing a very well, very good score so far. She still has a tough schedule ahead of her because now she's playing Claudia. Next round, she's still playing Ketevan, who is also a much higher rated player. But that's the beauty of this tournament. There are a lot of players that get a really good opportunity to play against strong players, and they get to show their potential, which is absolutely amazing. It's so nice that the English Chess Federation is supporting this event. Thanks to them, they're able to organize this event. Aga, who is the organizer of this event, is also putting a lot of work to make this event happen. So yeah, it's truly amazing that they're able to organize this event, supporting the girls, supporting women in chess, and yeah, giving them opportunities to play against some of the stronger players in the world, and also to have a chance to a good chance to get a norm. Because playing in open tournaments, it's not so easy to get a norm. In these close round robins, they have a set amount of players. So let's say they have 10 players, from which there are at least 5 title players. So this way you will not have any problems with, oh, I need another FIDE master in order to have enough title players for my norm. Because in open tournaments, you need to have a good combination of opponents that also match a certain score to then qualify for a norm. But in round robins, everything is taken care of. You just need to score your points. So as long as you score your points, you're fine. But in open tournaments, a lot of factors are happening. A lot of factors need to come together in order to get a norm. So that's why it's considered more difficult to get a norm in open tournaments. There might be different opinions on this because, for example, for me, I've had some of my worst performances in round robins. So playing open tournaments has been much more fun for me. Yeah, or you just win all your games. Yeah, that can help a lot too. Yeah. Well, in any case, Anusha has played Queen B7. Logical move, very tough move to make, but a good one. She realized she doesn't want to treat queens. She wants to treat queens on her terms, not like this. So she's stepping back, and we'll see what Cloudy comes up with here. It's not an easy position because you don't have any breakthroughs here with white. It's quite a close position, and as soon as you open up some files and diagonals, black is ready to counter or to control another file as well. So yeah, black is sort of waiting, and white will have to navigate at some point what to do. For now, with so much time on the clock, I'm sure Claudia will figure it out. Okay. All right. Let's look around a bit. Has anything happened already? Oh, I am seeing a position that I'm not a big fan of. What happened? So remember, in Elmira's game against Katarzyna, Elmira played c5, and Katarzyna spent 25 minutes on bishop g5. Queen b6 happened soon after, which turns out to be a big mistake, as after c takes, e takes d5, the d5 pawn is suddenly very weak. But when I look at it from a human perspective, it's not so clear, because queen takes b2 is a big threat. So playing a move such as knight c3, which turns out to be the best move, is not so easy. So knight c3, if queen takes here... Oh, are there some bishop b5? Oh. Oh, there's some bishop b5. Oh. Bishop b5 check. It's not the best move, but it's a really pretty move. As after knight c6, there's knight takes d5. And there's no queen takes b5 because of knight c7 check, winning the queen. And yeah, this is quite difficult for black. I mean, you'll have to play rook c8 to defend everything, but this looks rather unpleasant. So white needs to find knight c3 to grab the advantage. Not an easy find, because queen takes b2 is a big threat. Also c takes c4, don't forget, there's another pawn hanging. So yeah, there's a critical moment for Katarzyna. Will she find this move? Yes or no? The problem is that you don't really have better options, as in, you can't save both pawns, so you know you have to play something extreme. Something concrete is necessary here. Because if you play a simple move like bishop e2, you just allow queen takes b2. Or let's say b3. Let's say b3, we try to save one pawn. Then simply c takes d4, and I'm not sure what white is trying to do here, allowing bishop e4 check. So this is why it has to come to your senses that there has to be something concrete here. b2 and d4 hanging, we can save both, and it's quite a tricky position with the king still in the center. So perhaps there is something going on here. But she'll have to evaluate knight c3 properly, because she might be opting for other moves. But yeah, I'm trying to come up with another move that could make sense, but a move such as queen b3 is not very enticing. Oh, my mouse lost connection, so let's hope it comes back soon. If not, we can just grab the cable again. That's okay. That is okay. No, it's not coming back, but that's fine. Oh, I think it's back. Yeah. Okay, it's back. So, as I was saying, queen b3, not very enticing. Offering the queen trade leaves us with white with doubled pawns, and we lose this d pawn as well. Knight c6 is coming up. Yeah, I would not want to sign up for this. So that's why knight c3 would make a lot of sense. But perhaps Katarzyna is trying to make sure of this. It's a critical moment. Is this enough or is it too much? Let's see if she can figure it out. Okay. In other games... Okay, Cecile is slowly coming back. We were in this position. She played bishop c7. Bishop g5 was played. It was important to play e5 here to try to grab more space and complicate matters even more for black, because knight e4 takes. You could trade queens here. And, well, you don't really want to leave the king in the middle of the board, so bishop takes d8 to still have your castling privileges. And now, for example, knight g5, knight e2 also looks good. But I like knight g5 because you're attacking the pawn here, as well as the pawn on e6. So you're essentially forcing bishop takes and then bishop takes. And if we look at this position, white is still up a pawn and has a bishop pair. And the position is quite open. So that means that white has pretty good chances here. So this would have been a good opportunity for white. Although, no, I was just going to say knight d7 might look a bit scary because the pawn is under attack. But the queen is simply trapped here with bishop g5. You're winning material. So that could not have been what may have been scary for her. Maybe knight g4. Oh, you have a beautiful tactic here. You have a beautiful tactic here. Can you find it? White to move. Oh, this is a beautiful puzzle position. And it's so unexpected too. Can you guys find white to move here? I'll give you guys a little bit of time to think about it. But I don't want to spoil the answer just yet, because you may want to see this by yourself. It's not bad. Well, I'm glad. I'm glad. Okay. If you're still not sure, you can pause and think about it a bit more. But I will show the solution here. Thank you very much, Matthew. Thank you. Yes, yeah, move order, not so much, but it does matter. So, turns out b6 is a great move here because after bishop takes b6, there's queen a4 check. So, you open up the diagonal towards the king, and the knight was hanging over here. So, we just grab the knight on next move. So, there is a chance that this was missed. I'm not sure. I'm not sure. But in any case, you might be wondering, oh, what about queen a4 first? Well, here black has some options. They're not that good, but for example, knight takes f2. I'm just reading what the engine says. But there's also d4 counterattack. This is it's getting above my pay grade now. But I think bottom line is that it's still good, but tricky. And I think if we just want to keep it simple, b6 feels simple. Also, I just realized, yeah, so if bishop takes e5, we still play queen a4 check and we grab the knight. Yeah. Yeah, it's still winning, yes. Hello, welcome in, hello. So bishop g5 was played, which is a logical move to prepare e5, but now black has the counter-attacking move d4. Knight to b1, and Cecile is slowly getting back into the game. And this is the thing. White does have a big advantage, but if you are not able to utilize it or take advantage of it, then there's a big chance that black comes back in those risky, complicated positions. And this is exactly what black wants in this opening. So it's still early to call anything here, but slowly Cecile is coming back, you see? But for now, white is still doing great. Knight b1 is a bit of a bummer to retreat with a knight, but at least you can still try to reach c4 somehow. So that would help white, I think, still. But for now, you cannot put the knight on c4 so soon. So you'll have to be patient. All right. Ooh. Oh, no. Oh, no. This was... Oh, no. Oh no, that's not good. That was one of my moves. Oh no. So bishop e2 played. Yeah, it's unfortunate because she had a really good opportunity to take the advantage and activate her pieces more. Maybe she's looking more to castle already, because admittedly it did look a little scary with c takes d4 and bishop b4 around the corner. Big chance that this is what she was afraid of. But now bishop b5 check, knight c6, and same idea as earlier, knight takes d5. Maybe this is something she missed because yeah, bishop b4 check or queen a5 check, it looks scary, but now you can always, okay, actually not always. Queen a5 check, you cannot play king f1 because queen takes b5 counts with check. But here at least you have bishop b2, so it's fine. So yeah, perhaps she saw something she didn't like and she wanted to play bishop e2 to save her king on the king side. Yeah. It's a logical developing move, but I would have loved to see knight c3, get the knight into the action, attack the d5 pawn, and try to somehow get into c7 or d6. It would be very nice. But she went for bishop e2, and Elmira is back in the game. All right. In the meantime, Claudia's still making her moves very quickly. Let's jump around. Let's check in to her game. So queen b8. Oh, wait, we missed quite a bit here. It helps if Claudia is playing so quickly that we're getting a lot of moves in. So, but c5 was played here. So she's trying to lock the center this way. And yeah, now we have this pawn chain where white has a lot of activity on the queen side, so the bishops are opened up towards the queen side, which can be very helpful. As we see, bishop a6 now, queen b8, and rook b1. Bishop c8 was played, and this is the difficult part. Black's pieces are so tied down together. There's not so much space on black side of the board, so that is why it's very difficult to played the right moves. Perhaps it was a good opportunity for black to focus on the king side instead, because it's actually a known thing that if you have, let's say, pawns, a pawn chain this way, then the plan should be to focus on where you're pointing at with this pawn chain. So since this pawn is on e4 here, well, okay, you have another pawn chain from this side, but we have this pawn chain because the pawns are actually stuck, whereas the pawns on the king side are not. But yes, what I'm trying to say is that because you have those pawns lined up towards this direction of the board, that means you have to attack here on the king side. And same thing, if we look from white's perspective, white's pawn chain is situated towards the queen side, so to play the main plays happening on the queen side for white. So white is attacking on the queen side, and this means that black has to focus on the king side. So that should alert your senses a bit that, okay, center is shut, white is playing on the queen side, let me shift towards the king side, where white doesn't have many pieces in the first place. Queen is all the way towards the queen side. Knight is also here. The bishop is, I guess, just there. The bishop on a6 is also completely towards the queen side, although it can switch back to the king side, but it remains to be seen how helpful it can be on the king side. So a good idea would have been here to play queen d8, to then focus on g5, playing f4, and trying to break through on the king side and get an attack there somehow. Because it's very difficult to see how white can defend properly. I mean, obviously it's possible white has some time to defend, but I can see clear ideas with g5, knight h5, f4, and simply trying to take more space on the king side, where there's so much attacking possibilities for black. So this was a big opportunity for Anusha to try to change gears and focus on the king side instead. Now she has been focusing too much on the queen side, trying to consolidate, equalize, but it is actually backfiring her as she played bishop c8 now. And once again, in chess, we don't have to trade pieces. Taking is not forced. So Claudia is not going to take. She has no plans of taking. And for as long as this bishop is here, the queen and the rook are out of the game. So that is why white can just continue playing chess. So you can play any move here. Now, I think white's idea has to do with the fact that you want to push the pawns here. So you start with knight c3, and then you want to continue with b4, a4, b5, and simply steam through the queen side. Because also by getting rid of this pawn, you then weaken the pawn on d5, and perhaps the pawn chain will slowly fall apart. And note that once the position opens up, this king is not the happiest. So yeah, and wow, she plays it, knight c3 on the board. It was the only move to keep the advantage. Incredible, incredible stuff. So she plays knight c3, and yeah, she is in a much better position. She has almost double her opponent's time. So Claudia doing it again. Aha, I was already trying to figure out what is so important about knight c3, so thanks for mentioning that, Team Solver. So Team Solver mentions that knight c3 is important because if you, let's say, play b4, then bishop takes, and queen b5, and it forces the queen trade, and especially now with queen takes, pawn takes, it helps black a lot, and this looks very drawish. Even if you don't take, queen a5 is... yeah, it's not a move that will make you happy, I think. You can even play rook c8 and simply ask what the queen is doing here. So by playing knight c3, this prevents any sort of queen b5. So there is a big chance that Anusha was trying to force this trade with followed by queen b5, but now there's a knight on c3 covering the square. And since the queen is on a6 after the trade, the pawn on c6 is under attack, so you have to defend that. By the time you do that, white continues with b4, b5 and just steam rolling down the b5. So yeah. Let me have a look. I'm doing fine, thank you. Hope you're doing well as well. It's super fun doing commentary. I mean, I really love being able to follow games closely. It doesn't feel the same way when you're just mindlessly pressing arrow keys and just checking a game that is happening live. It's not the same as when you are actively talking about games for hours and you're seeing also the cameras, you see the players, and you're actively following a tournament. It doesn't hit the same way. It feels so good to be able to follow a tournament like this so closely. And yeah, we learned so much from watching the games. I mean, I already learned so much today. So it's a lot of fun, it's a privilege, and I really enjoy being a commentator, bringing the action to the audience, and yeah, to learn chess together and to perhaps get to know the players a bit, or at least their playing styles, or, you know, every single tournament has a bit of a storyline, and I really like going through that or talking about it, or yeah, just even noticing it. So every single tournament has its own story, and it's very special to be able to follow it. So yeah, and also by looking at the games, you get a sense of who is in good shape, who is struggling a little bit, and who has a good chance to get a norm. So yeah, it's super fun. Um, mm, let me check something real quick. Oh, okay, perfect. Turns out my cameras are delayed. That's nice. Perfect. I tried to delay the cameras manually because um I have live cameras, but the games are delayed by 15 minutes. So due to fair play reasons, this is the case, and that's why also I find it important to put a delay on the camera. So I put a delay as much as I could, or as good as I could. So it seems to be working, so that makes me very happy. Just to give you another view. Oh, this camera is a little bit off, but I can change that. We also have two boards over here. The players changed rooms because of noise. It was a bit noisy in the other room, even though it was a very nice looking playing hall. It was a bit noisy in the room next to them because of the Mind Sports Olympiad. So the players moved to a different room, and there is a wall in between that's sort of open wall, so you don't see it here, but the wall on the left is half open. So that's where the players can walk around. But the next to the wall is where the other three boards are located. So yeah, this is how it's like for the next couple of rounds. And yeah, we're doing commentary here on this channel on either Twitch or YouTube for another 2 more rounds. I will not be here on Saturday, but I will commentate on the rest of the rounds. So the last couple of rounds is the most exciting part, because then you see who is actually going to win the tournament and who has a very good chance to get a norm. So at the beginning, anything can happen. Also, scoring 7 points out of 9 feels a lot tougher, a lot more than if you need to win 1 more out of 2 games, let's say. So I believe they're still in the same building, but they just moved the floor. because of noise in the other room. So yeah. All right, let's bring this one back. Oh, no, it's not lagging. Okay, good. Okay, so Claudia in the driver's seat. It's just incredible that she's still with so much time on the clock. But yeah, that's what happens when you have so much confidence, such good preparation, and you just know you're the better player. That's it. That's it. And we'd love to see confidence. We'd love to see it. Okay. In the other games, not too much craziness happening. Oh, I almost forgot about this. Do you guys see this? Are you guys seeing this? Andrea Marioara played the move bishop takes c3. She played the best move in the position, punishing her opponent's mistake. She is essentially sacrificing her very strong bishop, trading it for her knight, for the opponent's knight. And after b takes c3, knight c6, she has positionally a better position. It's not much, but it's simply much more difficult for white to play. Knight d2, queen a5, and black is the one in the driver's seat here. I mean, the pawns here are extremely weak. The bishop, the dark squared bishop, is unable to do much, and Lara is in trouble here. Andrea finding that move is incredible. Incredible. Oh my goodness, loss. A less dramatic room switch than when one of my round robin venues had to be evacuated after water came flooding through the ceiling. Oh my goodness. That sounds terrifying. I only had this one situation. I believe it was in Dola recently, where one board was moved to a different board because there was water dripping from the ceiling. But it wasn't much, but it was still annoying because imagine if you have like one drop on your head every few minutes. It's very inconvenient during a game. So I noticed that they moved and they were pointing to the ceiling like something was dripping there. Oh, oh my goodness. That sounds terrifying. Oh, knight b3, sacrificing the pawn. That's bold. Well, this is what happens usually where when your opponent trades the strong bishop for a knight, that in those positions white sacrifices the pawn simply because, well, it's not doing much anyway. And this bishop is strong enough anyway. But this is a different position. This is a different position. Black is having so much activity. It's very difficult for white to play. So, yeah, also with knight b3, it's hard to say where this knight is heading to. Maybe white is trying to play knight d4, or simply chase the queen with queen takes c3, rook c1, and try to chase the queen somehow. But yeah, I'm really worried for Lara here. Okay. Oh, what is happening here? Oh. Elmira is in a better position. C takes c4 was played. Short castle. Bishop e7. Oh, queen d2. Oh, I'm not a fan of this because I'm not sure where we developed this knight. The knight was supposed to go to d2. If not c3, at least d2. But now it's not even able to go to d2 nor a3. Oh. Yeah, I think this is a position Elmira is very happy with. I mean, she's a seasoned Caracan player. She knows all about these structures. She must have seen this a long time, many many times. So, yeah, this looks much nicer to play for black. Oh no, you can't. Oh no. Okay, well, after queen d2, Elmira in a better position. She's up a pawn. Pawn on e5 is a big weakness. Knight e6 is screaming to be played because the pawn on e5 will be hanging. And after f4 to try to defend it, I think this bishop is trapped. f6, pawn takes, and that's a goodbye for that bishop. Well, actually, there's f5, I guess. But... ugh. Oh, there's d3 check. Oh. So if bishop f4, d3 check. Oh. And then if bishop e3, d4. Oh. Oh. Yeah, this is falling apart real fast. Because the problem is after knight c6, all those normal looking moves are losing on the spot. So you have to come up with some insane ideas to hope to survive. You're not even trying to play for... well, you're trying to equalize, of course, but you're also in a much worse position. So the chances of you getting back into the game here with white are very low. When you will not be streaming, where can we watch a cam video of the tournament? Unfortunately, it's not live otherwise. I'm the official commentary channel of the tournament, so unfortunately the cameras are not live anywhere else. But yeah, it's basically not possible otherwise, but if it makes you feel better, I will be commentating round 7 and round 9 of the tournament. Only round 8 I will not be able to commentate on, but other than that, the other 2 rounds, I will be here. From Ghana, hello! Hello there! Wow. Knight c6 on the board, and Katarzyna in big trouble. Ouch, she was doing so well. And this is why it's so important. Piece activity matters so much, even when it was as simple as here, playing knight c3, because now that the knight has not been developed, you can see that white is in big trouble. The position is falling apart. And this is also the thing with Caro-Kann, I noticed, that when white does not respond well to black's move, white's position just falls apart. The center falls apart. It's very difficult to play with white after, and yeah, this is why it works out so well for black. So yeah, Caro-Kann very solid opening, but also very dangerous for white. If you don't know how to face it properly, it's tough. Okay. Oh, you think it's 1-0? Oh. Oh. Ooh, knight a3 played. Yeah, this is the problem. This is possibly the worst square for the knight to jump to. And, well, I like the attempt because with bishop takes, pawn takes, you do get some play with rook b1, etc. But taking is not forced. And if you don't take, then, and let's say the knight survives, I don't really see much prospects for this knight, either from here. So yeah, you just take the pawn here. You can just take the pawn on e5 and enjoy being not only 1 pawn, but 2 pawns up. That's what I used to think before COVID. After COVID, I lost so many games. Exactly. Exactly. A6 works too, but I'm not sure. I mean, I'm not really worried. I guess knight b5 is what you have to pay attention to, but knight b5 we play d3. And then this is the piece is dropping. And if check, we just go back knight c6, yeah? No problem. We can always play f6. I guess we developed knight h6. Okay, yeah. Yeah, if you even can play a6, yeah. Yeah, so Elmira was had a tough tournament so far. Looking to get her first win of the tournament. That would help a lot, I think, to get her confidence back or get her groove back. As not to forget that some of the players here are participating in the upcoming Olympiad. Elmira is part of Team England, so this tournament is a very good warm-up for the Olympiad. I also, when I was asked to participate in the tournament, I also thought it would be a fantastic opportunity to practice for the Olympiad. But unfortunately, that didn't happen. And I ended up playing absolutely nothing in August. So I miss playing chess dearly, but we'll be back soon at the Olympiad. So Elmira on the Olympiad team. I would be surprised if Claudia isn't. I'm pretty sure Claudia is on the team as well. Perhaps Ketevan is also playing. I haven't followed Scotland's teams because, yeah, we don't play Scotland as often at the Olympiad. So I'm not very well aware. Ah, Andrea is playing too. That's so exciting. So we have three Olympic players. Cecile? Maybe Cecile is playing too, actually. Lara, of course, is playing too. She's playing as well. So basically half of the field is practicing for the Olympiad. That's fantastic. Yeah. I think Cecile's playing too. But I might be mistaken. Yeah. Yeah, there's a big chance that some of these players might face each other at the Olympiad too. There's always a chance. Okay. Oh, Cecile's still in trouble. Uh-oh. She was doing so well. 92, takes. Oh no, what went wrong here? So in these sort of critical, well, not critical, but more concrete positions where it's very messy and you have to find the right moves, this is where developing usually gets punished. So even though knight bd7 is the perfect way to develop, preventing e5, it feels natural. The computer does not like it. Knight bd2 takes, and short castle, and the computer absolutely loves white's position. And that has to do with the fact that white is up one pawn. That is a pass pawn here. White has so much more control over the position. Getting ready to castle. Light squared bishop, that is very strong. Usually it's not easy for white to castle in this opening, or it comes at the price of a pawn or a lot of activity for the opponent. But here, white gets to castle and have a lot of activity, and I'm not sure where black's activity is just yet. The pawns in the center not going anywhere. You play e5, you're limiting yourself even more. So yeah, I see much more for white here than for black. So tough position for Cecile. She cannot afford a loss. I mean, technically she could afford a loss, but this is not the game that you want to lose whatsoever. In order to fight for norm chances. So Shambavi playing amazingly here. But let's see if she can keep it up. Well, it helps that playing a logical move such as castling the king, is already good enough. Okay. Let's have a look. Which game should we take a look at? We haven't checked the game between Ketevan and Camila in a long time, but that is mostly because a lot of maneuvering has been going on. Not much progress has been made, but let's take a look how the game developed. So, this is your classical Philidor defense where pieces are developed, maneuvering around, slow chess, knight h4 is played, trying to get to f5. Well, this is forcing the knight back because knight here is not very appealing. Bishop takes, and then pawn takes, and there are some problems in white's position. There's always d5 possible, bishop g5. Black gets a lot of activity here. Also takes, bishop f6 is possible. Yeah, this pawn is not doing anything good here. Well, except for the fact that they are stopping the knight from developing, but the knight can also go through d7 to e5 or c5. So here, black has a much better position. So that's why knight f5 is not good. And Ketevan settled for knight f3, knight g6. So it was possible to try to go for some sort of repetition. So here we would go back to the position earlier and then basically say, okay, let's test the waters and see if the opponent wants to make a draw. But of course, it's not necessary to do that, and why do that when you have better moves, such as knight g6? It's also possible to play knight g5 here to get some activity going, and if knight takes, bishop takes, you have this very strong bishop here. I like the position a lot for black, a lot more than this at least, because black does not have so much space. So if you want to, by playing this position, you would like to trade pieces with black to get some more space and get more activity. But yeah, with knight g6, she's planning to play knight f4, I think. Makes perfect sense. She can always play knight g5. And by playing this, she's also preventing any sort of knight h4. Ah, Cecila's not playing Olympiad. Okay, that's unfortunate for her. But maybe next time. She has been doing well recently. We had the French Championships just now, actually. I just remembered. Let me confirm how that went. But I remember Cecile not doing so bad over there. Let me check. Oh. Oh yeah, I remember. Cecile was paired against Marie Sebach, who has been French's #1 for decades. I don't know if she still is, but she has been at least very, like, the top player for the longest time. She had a really good start against Sebak, but then there was a tie break, and that didn't go her way. But I remember seeing that game, and I thought, wow, that was very impressive. So, yeah, that's what I remembered. But she had a very tough pairing in the first round already. Because they have a knockout format in France, just like in the Netherlands. So, yeah. You lose a match, you're out. Harsh system. Knight e2, knight g5, knight takes. And now you have the decision, you can take with the pawn or the bishop. Both are fine. Naturally, I would play bishop takes g5, but h takes g5 is very appealing as well, because this pawn is not doing much here anyway, and you take towards the center, you create this nice square for yourself on f4, you give it some more strength, but it's not a very big difference. I think bishop takes g5 just feels much better anyway. All right. Okay, in the meantime, Andrea Mariano has taken the pawn on c3. Rook b1 has been played, so... I wonder what Lara's plan is here. Perhaps she's preparing rook fc1 to push c5? That could be an idea, but I'm not sure if she's playing for the win here anymore. Chess is brutal. Yes, it certainly is. It certainly is. It also requires some luck. Some of the craziest things have happened. Even this tournament. And yeah, sometimes luck can help a lot too. But playing good chess is a good beginning to have a good tournament. Just don't lose, just play good moves. If only it was that easy. But yeah, Andrea looking very good here. But the time situation is at least equal. Remember, the players have a time control of 90 minutes plus 30 seconds increment. No additional time, nothing. Just 30 seconds every single move. That's it. So you would like to manage your time well. And I think the players are doing well when it comes to that. Maybe some decisions could have been made faster. Look at Claudia. She's blitzing out her moves. That's the time management that we want to have. We all want to have. But yeah, the players here, they're taking their time, but at least they're playing according to the opponent's clock, which is, well, it's not ideal most of the time, because what if your opponent spends 20 minutes on a move? Doesn't mean you also get to spend 20 minutes. No, you should keep the advantage as much as possible. Only use it when you really need the time. And at the same time, if your opponent spends 2 seconds on a move and starts making mistakes, it doesn't mean you have to match that energy and play so fast as well. So finding a balance is important. Oh, what is happening here? Claudia. I was about to say she's trying to finish with more time than she started with, but they're not getting 30 minutes extra, so that is out of the question. But yeah. Let's go back and see what happened. So bishop takes a6 happened, queen takes rook e6, and now the shift to the king side is happening too late, because now queen is coming in, the pawn on c7 is hanging. If you play rook c8 to defend, you lose this one. If queen c8 now... Queen c8 now? I guess now is not the time to trade anymore, yeah? Queen c8, queen takes has to be played. And now we simply play b5, and black's position is falling apart. C takes, rook takes, and you just play rook b1, rook b8, or rook b7, and you target those weak pawns on a7 and c7. Or you just enter the 7th rank. That could work too. That's why knight h5 was played, sacrificing the c7 pawn, hoping for some attack on the king side. But as I said, it's too late now. This was supposed to happen 5 moves ago. Not now, when black is already going to lose c7, already losing control in the position. Also b5 possible, which would completely undermine the pawn structure here. As b5, c takes, there's knight takes d5, and this looks like a big disaster. Yeah, this is a French with... You see where I was coming from earlier? I did feel like this was looking like a win hour earlier. I did call this a French win hour, but then with the white pieces earlier. But back then it was a little too crazy because the pawn structure wasn't so fixed just yet. It just felt like very similar because queen a4, queen a5 was played. But now we actually have a reverse French position. Yes, we actually do in some way. So that's new, but I guess it's possible. So yeah, looking good for Claudia. This is the first time I think she's spending more time than usual in this game, which makes sense. I mean, she has all the time, and once you get a winning position, you don't want to lose any chances. So it makes sense that she's trying to hold on to the advantage and find the best way to win. Why not? Okay. Oh. All right. Well, I suggest before we go to a break, let's have a final look at all the games, a brief look to see what the current situation is at the boards. First, we have Ketevan against Camila. Ketevan doing fine here. It's the Philidor, but anything can still happen. It feels like Camila is getting some good chances. So anything can still happen here, but the excitement is ahead of us. Although I'm really worried about Ketevan's clock. She's down to 30 minutes. We have seen her play with low time earlier, so it wasn't the end of the world. But it's still very scary, of course. Camilla doing fine with more than an hour on the clock. So we'll see how this game develops. Katarzyna against Elmira. Oh, there were some mistakes made. Apparently A6 was actually played, which was not favored by the computer, but yeah, it's still good enough. And Elmira still in a winning position with plenty of time. So let's see if she can get her first win of the tournament. Would be very nice for her. And then we have Shambhavi against Cecile. Okay, Cecile seems to be coming back once again. This game can still go anywhere. I mean, white has the upper hand, white is up a pawn, but in these Benoni structures, anything can happen still, so the game is not over until it's over. And yeah, the players have plenty of time. They will take their time now and figure out the plans of the position. So we'll see after the break how they will do that. Then we have Lara against Andrea. Andrea is still thinking, okay, she just made the move actually. She's defending on the B file. And yeah, black is up a pawn. Does have no bishop on g7, which can be crucial at some point. But for now, I like black's position. Let's see where this goes. But yeah, Lara in slight trouble here. Claudia, oh, b5 plate. Claudia on her way to win. She might finish the game even before we're back after the break. But yeah, she's on her way to win their game. She is up about 50 minutes on the clock. She's up on in the position. So it's looking very good. And it would be another fantastic win for Claudia, who is the leader of the tournament with 4.5 out of 5. So this this would help her extend her lead by a bit again. So yeah, well, a lot of excitement ahead of us. This is sort of the halftime of the games. This is where the players are in the middle game and they start spending their time. Well, except for Claudia because she knows everything already. And yeah, we have a lot of excitement ahead of us. The players are in the middle game and this is where they will start spending some time. So we will go on a short break. We'll have a bit of a break. And when we will back, the excitement continues of round 6 of the 11th Menchik Memorial. Stay tuned, don't go anywhere, and we'll be back before you know it. Let me take a look which scene to switch to, and I will send you guys right there. This one. All right. All right. See you guys in a bit. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to round 6 of the 11th Menchik Memorial. This is a 10-player round robin event. 10 women are participating in this event, and most of the players are fighting for international master title norms. So, the norms that can be achieved in this tournament are Women Grandmaster norms or Women International Master norms. And with that, there's a lot at stake. And we have 3 players that are Women Grandmaster or higher title who are trying to fight back as much as they can and trying to hold on to their rating or gain rating. So, yeah, they're also giving it their all. And yeah, we had a very exciting tournament so far. And today is another exciting one because we already have very tense situations happening. We are now in round 6, so we are past the halfway mark of the tournament. Claudia Coulon is currently in the lead with 4.5 out of 5, and as you can see, she is on her way to win her next game as well. She is the top seed of the tournament, so it makes sense that she's doing well. But yeah, it's the most difficult part to prove yourself as the top seed of the tournament. So far she's been doing amazing. She only started really taking her time when she started winning in this game, which is interesting to see. But yeah, now that we are past the halfway mark of the tournament, we see who is in the lead, we see who has a chance to get a norm. But of course, there's still 4 rounds to go. Anything can still happen. And yeah, the players are still in the middle game, but most of the games are getting to a decisive point as the clock is running lower. The time control of this tournament is 90 minutes with an increment of 30 seconds for every single move. So every single move that they play, they receive 13 seconds extra. And that's it. No extra time after move 40, nothing like that. So that is why it is very important to manage your time well. And yeah, that's what Claudia is doing. She's showing us the way how to do it. She plays her games very convincingly. And now with over an hour on the clock in a winning position. And yeah, she should be winning her game soon. She is up 2 pawns, actually. So let's quickly dial back and see what happened in the meantime as we left here. She played b5, opponent played rook d8, queen takes a7, and here some pawns were dropped. And of course, Anusha is not giving up that easily. She's trying to fight back and she plays f3. But now, Claudia stops the attack with g4. And worst case, Claudia can slide the queen back to g3. And she will start pushing the pawns on the queen side. If not this pawn, then at least this one has a bright future ahead. And yeah, with such a nice position and so much time on the clock, Claudia should have the win in the bag. So let's take a look at the other games. What have we missed? I see in Ketevan's game against Camila that, ooh, something happened in the center over here. What just happened? Knight to g6, knight e2, okay. Queen d3, queen e7, rook d1, d5. Ooh, already for concessions. Already going for a concession. Okay, the question is... I have a feeling that the reason why Camila is going for this is because queen g3, which is one of the few moves. The main idea is to play e3, but it depends on where the queen goes to see when we exactly play this. Queen g3. And here, if bishop h4, if you play queen h2, then there might be e3. Although after g3, it seems to be fine. Remember, white captured a pawn on d5, so white is up a pawn. So if you manage to consolidate, I think white would be doing fine. So she may be underestimating how strong defensive is of white, and that black doesn't really have much here. Maybe she felt the need to go for something concrete here because, well, it's a bit of a tough position to play. If you don't do anything, let's say bishop d7. Actually, bishop d7 is losing material on the spot because d takes e5 would be played, and d takes e5 would blunder the piece. So if knight takes, then I see a pawn hanging here. You'll have to take here first in order to not ruin your position so much. So queen takes e5 and now take the pawn. So this would not be good. Yeah, that's why it's hard to play here because of any other move such as rook b8. Why would you play rook b8, right? So that's why she went for something concrete here, which makes perfect sense. But now Ketevan has the opportunity to take the advantage and take over in this game. With only 13 minutes though, I'm slightly concerned about her position. Queen g3, e3, I was just thinking, because what if we change the move order and start with e3? Because if takes, then we have bishop h4 winning the exchange, which could help matters quite a bit. But after e3, I guess you can also simply ignore it, play d6, counterattack. If now bishop h4, you just take the queen and we have a trade of queens. And the queen moves here, then I guess we can try to defend this over here. And if bishop h4, oh, now we can take here. Well, in any case, it's looking very dicey. So, yeah. Camila is going for it. She's risking it. But I can't blame her fully, you know? I don't blame her. She is in her full right to go for complications. She's up on time. And Ketevan will have to prove herself while she is low on time. So a lot can still be decided here. Then in the game of Katarzyna and Elmira, Elmira seems to be completely winning now. We left off around here, a6, bishop f3. Long castle was played. Wow. Love to see this. If not short castle, we just go long castle. And now bishop takes, knight takes, rook c1. And that's exactly what black wants. Black is getting all their pieces out, and there is no harmony in white's position. At the same time, black is up a pawn and trying to win another pawn, but for the moment that is protected well. But knight b4 is putting big threats already in the position. Knight d3 is a big threat, forking the both rooks. And knight takes a2, obviously. And supporting this passed pawn. So queen g5, trying to complicate matters, attacking the knight on e7. Funnily enough, you can still play knight d3. But I think knight e6 feels more natural. The problem is that with knight d3, you're not only attacking the two rooks now, you're also attacking this pawn here. So essentially the position is completely falling apart. And I think it's only a matter of time until Elmira will convert this game. So Elmira looking very good here. Let's go to Shambhavi against Cecile. What happened here? A lot happened here. Okay. I believe we left off here. Yeah, short castles played, bishop c4, queen e8. Knight b6, okay, trying to develop the pieces. All right. It's very typical to trade off the light squared bishops because, well, normally it's when the king is still here and there is usually a queen somewhere here that then captures this and stops white from castling. But in this case, white already castled and black doesn't have that much play. In fact, black has to defend because this pawn on c5 is weak. So here, white is doing fantastic, in a much better position, and is able to demolish the pawn structure here with b4. Also, b4 attacks this pawn that is pinned. So c takes b4, drops the bishop right here. So if knight here, you can just attack with queen c4. The rook is under attack. You can always take on c5, and d4 is hanging. Very unpleasant position for black. And with time ticking, Cecile is under pressure, but anything can still happen. Anything can still happen. All right. Bishop h4 played. Okay, aiming for bishop g3. I would have loved to see some more aggressiveness with b4, but I guess at the same time, it feels as if you're giving black some square, some chances, and any sort of simplification. It may not be so clear to win that, so perhaps she's just playing it safe, putting the bishop back to g3, and once you trade this bishop off, then it feels much more pleasant to play with white. It doesn't feel there's so much pressure anymore. So it's minimizing the opponent's chances, which is always a good idea. Oh, looks like Ketevan made a big mistake. Ah, she did go for queen to c3. She didn't dare to play queen g3, which was the correct move. Queen c3, because now e3. And how do you respond to this? Because now black is getting a lot of activity. And after f takes e3, bishop takes e3, this queen is out of the game, at least for the time being. And black is getting a lot of attacking opportunities. Mind you that after king h1, this is already losing after bishop takes h3. Pawn takes h3. Queen e4 check, and all the pieces of black are coming in. Knight h4, checkmate threat here, knight f3 check. Simply incredible. And that is why king h2 has to be played here. And after bishop takes, pawn takes, at least there's no check. But this is still very difficult to play for white. As the queen, once again, out of the game. White's pieces are not entirely helpful here. One wrong move here and it's over with white. So e3 played, bishop c1 was played, okay. Is not the end of the world. But now, as I mentioned earlier, bishop takes h3. It's possible. Bishop takes, pawn takes, getting the knight involved. Because this bishop is clearing the king side, right? So bishop takes, pawn takes, and now the f3 square is available for black's pieces. In fact, there's queen e4 first. Preparing knight h4. Wow. Wow. Would be fantastic to see this move on the board, but I think Camila will take a lot of time here. She has 50 minutes on the clock, and I think this is a good time to start spending some time on the position and figure out how to win here. She completed step 1, trying to put the opponent under pressure and limit white's opportunities. Now it's step 2, actually utilizing the space you have, the chances you get, because you have almost all the pieces ready for the attack. The knight is on g6, the bishop is on g5, bishop is aiming at h3, the queen is ready to jump into on e4. You have all those pieces ready for the attack. Whereas white's pieces are quite far away from defending the white king. So, let's see if she decides to play bishop takes h3. For now, we will let her think and see what she comes up with. Okay. Moving around a bit. Okay. Let's take a look at another game. Oh. Andrea managed to get her queen stuck on g7. That is impressive, to say the least. I did not expect that the queen could get stuck there after seeing this. All right, let's see what happened. So she took the pawn, right? f4 was played, so of course Laura needs to try something here. Queen to g7, f5, which turns out to not be so good. Yeah, because you're giving up the e5 square, and now a knight can land on there, and it's rather unpleasant here. And it looks like white is trying to attack here, but in reality, the attack is not of much value. There's really not much going on here. There's no f6 happening. F takes g6, we just capture, honestly, with either pawn, but I think just for the sake of it, I would rather take with the h pawn. But maybe when I think more about it, I might change my mind and still take with the f-pawn. Either way, I think it's not too worrisome, but Andrea did think it was worrisome and played g5, rook f3, knight d5, rook g3, and f6. Okay, this is the current position. Yeah, this is tough. White is slowly getting attack on the king side, which is not what black wanted. If we go back a couple of moves, in case, let's say we play knight e5, what happens here? Because by playing f5, you give out the e5 square, so logically I would like to put a knight there. So if f takes g6, it turns out that all the captures here are good enough. Even, okay, knight takes g6, I'm not sure about that. Maybe that's fine as well. But h takes g6, f takes g6, everything is fine. The main issue with knight e5 is allowing the move c5, which would help simplifying matters. But the main idea here is to not allow white any chances. And with g5, you allowed a chance. And also, it's important to not get distracted by this move, right? You don't have to react to your opponent's move sometimes. Sometimes it's such a move that it's sort of provoking you. But sometimes you just have to stay strong and to ignore it and make use of the fact that this actually weakens something. So yeah, g5, not the right move apparently. And now the knight jumped to e5, which makes sense. But now there's a lot of pressure on the king side, so this is a bit worrisome. Although after h4, you can now play g4, and suddenly the attack is over. g4, h5. Even if g4, h5 here, I mean, this pawn will not survive for too long. Or it will survive on h6. But yeah, this is... I think the attack is over after this. Also, c4 is hanging. So yeah, simply g4 and the attack is over. Interesting. Okay. Yeah, so I don't see huge time trouble situations for the players yet, but so far, those who are doing well... Oh, I was going to say so far, those that are doing well are holding on to their advantage, but oh, I don't like h6. Oh, this was a really good opportunity to shut down the king side and play g4. This knight is forever. It's always there on e5, especially because after g4 you have another knight supporting it. But perhaps, maybe it was scary to allow this to happen and that the pawn on g4 would be weakened somehow. But that's the thing. It stops white from attacking. What you would like to do in chess in general is to limit your opponent's attacking possibilities as much as possible, or just limit them altogether. So with g4, you're restricting this rook over here. The bishop does absolutely have nothing to do anymore and would rather just trade themselves off for the knight. And this rook is doing nothing here. The queen is just sitting here protecting c4. The other pieces are also not doing much, but by playing g4, you're restricting specifically the rook and the bishop and the pawn. So this was a really good opportunity to permanently shut the attack down and not have to worry about your king anymore. But now after h6, this is inviting white to take here and control the h file. And that is exactly what white wants. In fact, I might even be worried that Andrea plays f takes g5 here. It's not the end of the world, but this pawn is weak. The light squares are very weak here. e6 is weak. Yeah, this is too many pawn moves on the dark squares. So this is a bit worrisome. Actually, queen h5 is very scary because you can't move the queen. I mean, if queen h5, there's no queen f7 because you take, and well, queen h7 is not really doing much, I think. I mean, it's possible, but it's, yeah, it's not a move that will make you very happy. So c5 is played, okay. Yeah, that's a really nice move, especially because now that f6, since f6 was played, the square e6 got weakened. So after d takes c5, there's knight takes c5, and you enter on e6. Yeah, this is black's position slowly falling apart, which is so sad because it was such a good position for black. She was doing so well, but by playing too passively, she's allowing her opponent a lot of counterplay. So yeah, that's the thing. Okay, I already see one result 15 minutes in the future, but I'm not going to spoil which game will finish first. Because I was about to say, it's not a matter of when some of the games finish. It's not a matter of if they finish in a decisive result, matter of when. Because some of the games are really completely winning. So, yeah, let's jump around a bit. Where should we focus on? So the game between Katarzyna and Elmira. Elmira still pressing. So she did sacrifice a piece. Oh, she found all of this. I saw the computer suggestion is, and I thought this is completely insane. But she's going for this. She found this idea so nicely because after this, she finds queen takes b2 and the knight is trapped. So she's going to win the piece back that she just sacrificed, and she'll be up even more material. Such a nice find. Obviously, if knight takes c1, there's queen takes c1 defending b2, so that is not really helpful. The reason why this variation worked, here, is because of the queen takes b2 move at the end. For now, the queen is defending the knight, so that's why rook e8, queen g5 only move to save the queen. Takes, and then queen takes b2. And this is completely winning. Wow. Very nice find by Elmira. Very, very good. She spent her time very nicely. And she's completely winning now. So it's very good job. It's very difficult to still play well after having such a rough start. Oh yeah, good point. Queen c1. I completely overlooked this. Let's see what happens after queen c1. Maybe temporarily. Maybe it saves the knight temporarily, but the knight is so bad. I think you can just play take here. Okay, it's not the best move, but I was really tempted to play. Hmm. I don't see an immediate win because I was thinking of maybe smooth just rook takes e5 somehow, but I think that's overkill. Yeah, it seems to be that there's some captures. Let me take a peek at the computer's stats. Okay, computer is insane. Okay, either takes or takes on c1. Takes on c1's better. I also considered queen c3, but I just didn't like that whatsoever. But yeah, there's takes. Can take here, and then just play this position and try to win with the pawns. That's not easy, you know? That's not easy. I guess you do get a rook active over here, either on c2 or on c3. Well, I guess you get your rook to c3 and then c2. And that should help to win the game quite a bit. But yeah, it's gonna take some time, I think. Yeah, it looks optically horrible, but it might take some time until Elmira can convert this. So this game might take a while, but I think Elmira is going to win it. Then this game, what is happening here? Oh, this game is going to be a thriller of a game. So, bishop h4, queen a8, trying to annoy white a little bit. b4, well, it worked. It provoked this mistake. And now rook a3. Well, see, b4 is very logical, right? Because this pawn is pinned. Earlier, it was a great move. Now it's not. What is the reasoning? Yeah. Well, I guess it has to do with the fact that now you have rook c8. So the threat is c takes b4, bishop takes h2. And now if pawn takes, you have knight takes c5. That's the clever idea behind this, that after queen takes c5, you lose due to bishop takes h2. So the piece is not hanging. And if knight takes d4 right here, you lose the pawn. But now black gets a lot of activity with bishop e5, let's say. Very complicated though, so it makes sense that this was missed. And instead rook a3 was played, the more natural move, but this does drop the pawn. B takes c5, rook c3, I guess is the idea. The queen has to go somewhere. And then... See, the thing is, you also lose the pawn on d4. So it's not really helping matters. Oh, there's bishop e7, so annoying. If rook takes c5, there's bishop e7. And you can still play this and simply get rid of a piece. Simplifying matters and be up 2 pawns after taking on d4. Oh. Yeah, this is brutal. But I think anything can still happen. It's a very complicated position. It's, mistakes are bound to happen here. And that's the thing that you want to achieve with black. By playing a dubious opening, you try to get into a complicated position which allows your opponent to make mistakes. If you get into like an equal dead draw position where your opponent's moves are very easy and logical to find, then it might be difficult to create winning chances, right? So the question is it necessary? Well, yeah, that's a good question. Usually not, but sometimes, I mean, depends on the player's style. If they love playing dynamic positions, this is the way to go. If not, then not. Then you don't play this. So yeah. Okay. Anusha down to 5 minutes. Oh, it's looking very tough for her. Ketevan is doing well. It looked very unclear here, but now c takes d5 helps white get the bishop in the game. Queen d6. Okay, this game can still go anywhere. I mean, the bishop is now under attack. And there's always e takes f2 around the corner. Black's pieces are still very active, and I think the reason why black is... Well, actually, c takes d5, black did spend 16 minutes on that. But it's difficult to find the best moves here, really. And with the time difference, I think Camila doesn't have to worry too much about what's happening as long as she doesn't blunder, because her opponent is so low on time. And once her opponent starts having to make moves so quickly, there's a big chance that she might make big mistakes. So then it's important to have enough time to punish those mistakes. So yeah, for now, Camila's doing fine. I mean, her position may not be as fine as she would like it to be, and she's down a pawn right now, but she has a lot of activity going on. And I think the position is very rich. There's a lot possible here. So this is going to be very exciting. All the games are honestly so exciting to follow. Just quickly checking around. Claudia is slowly converting the win. Let's take a look at how she's doing that, because getting a winning position is one thing. The next step is actually convert it to a full point. So, g4, knight f6, she took on c6, makes sense. Rook b8, she's trying to simplify because why not? And now queen to g5 is played, attacking g6. Yeah, this is very nice. Very nicely done by Claudia. h6, g4 on the board. The camera is a little bit more delayed than the board, but it's close enough. And now you can just take on g6. You take the pawn on g6 with check. Get the rook on the last rank, and it lights out. And the worst part is that, you know, even though black can try to defend here, it's not enough because every single trade is just dead loss. It's very sad, but that's just how it is. Queen takes g6 played, and I think Claudia is about to win this game. Bishop g7, and now just rook b8. Specifically because this d5 pawn is weak. Ouch. Yeah, that is a weak pawn. Rook b8 played, rook c8 instantly responded, and now this allows rook b7. As the queen is no longer protected. Here, if rook b7 was played here, there was still knight e8 possible because the rook defends the queen. Of course, it's still winning, but this is much cleaner. Rook b7 played, threatening checkmate. Knight can't move because the queen would be lost. So I think resignation will follow right here. We see it happen on the board right here. Are we gonna see a handshake now? We're waiting for the handshake. No handshake yet. Yeah, there's nothing that black can do to defend, really. The best... Well, I'm not sure the best is to give up all the pieces. Yeah, that's not making us really happy, yeah? Yeah. It was a very nice game by Claudia. I mean, Anusha, she tried her best, but she was under so much pressure already very early on. Claudia playing so fast. It's one of the worst things to deal with when you're playing against such a strong player, against someone that's so much higher rated than you, and they play so fast. It's very tough. And we see indeed that Anusha has resigned. We'll see it soon on the camera as well. What a nice game by Claudia once again. She does it again. Her white games are just so good. And there's the handshake. And Anusha finally resigned. I mean, she played amazing. She played really, really well. She has been doing really well this tournament. But sometimes it's not enough. And against someone like Claudia, it's completely okay. So yeah, Claudia's still in first place with 5.5 out of 6 now. But if there's someone that can catch up with her, at least a little bit, it is Cecile. But she is in a very tough position. As I mentioned earlier, b takes c5, rook c3 is on the board. And even though this looks very enticing for black, it actually is not. Sadly, this rook is not of much use on c3 here. Just retreat with queen d1, and everything's fine. She might be tempted to play queen b2 or queen b1 to get the queen somehow involved over here. Queen d2 or queen b1. But let's see. We will have to see. Okay. Thing why I'm a bit worried about queen b2 is because knight a4 is an immediate attack. We don't like getting chased around by opponent's pieces like that. So I like queen d1, even though it's a very unnatural move. I just like it because it feels safe. There's no piece that can get anywhere close to the queen now. So it feels very safe. So yeah. Let's see what Shambhavi decides to do here, but she's doing really well. She's up on time for now, but the thing that worries me here for both players is that they're getting low on time. So we might see a battle happen in time trouble. And for such a position, you would like to have more time on the clock to try to figure out all the intricacies of the position and to not fall for a trap of your opponent. So yeah, we'll have to see how his game continues. But I think this game will be decided in time trouble. I think we're heading there. All the other games are also similar times. All the games around 20 minutes, except for Ketevan's game against Camila. That game is going back and forth. But Ketevan's slowly catching up. Katarzyna and Elmira did go into this endgame, so queen c1 has been played. The queens were traded off. Rook takes knight b1. The rooks were traded once again. Okay, so we're now in this endgame. Interesting. And I guess the pawns are just too overwhelming. Black is able to create a pass pawn over here as well. There's another pass pawn here. If that is not enough, there's another one on d5, but I don't think that one is getting really far. Unless we lose the one on d4, then we have another one. But for now, this one is just fine. And it might be too overwhelming for white to deal with. At the same time, this bishop is quite bad. It is not able to do anything. So white's position is quite dominated, and I trust Elmira to convert this. I think she can do it. I think she can do it. Yeah, all the games are looking tense. So I'm looking around which one is the most interesting one to keep an eye on. They're all so interesting. I think let's take this. Let's keep this game and follow this one because Ketevan is down to 8 minutes on the clock, and I think a lot of action will happen here. We don't have her game right now on the camera, but that's fine. So yeah, FT was captured, bishop h4. This is very scary. You're under attack and you have to defend with such little time. That's not easy. And that's not what we signed up for. Just checking in on YouTube if we have any comments from YouTube. Hello to everyone on YouTube as well. So we're live on Twitch, but also on YouTube. We're live on my own Twitch and YouTube channels, but also on the English Chess Federation's YouTube channel. Because thanks to the English Chess Federation, this tournament is organized and held thanks to their support. And Aga is the organizer of this tournament. She is doing a tremendous job to get such an amazing event organized. So yeah, it's wonderful that this event is put together. King G1, that is bold. Wow. I mean, it makes sense. I just assumed G3 was necessary, but I just realized there's rook takes E2. Yeah, this is not good to allow that. Yeah, because queen takes G3, the pieces come in, this is deadly. So that's why King G1 was necessary. Turns out it's good too, despite the rook just... this is not hanging because there's bishop takes f7, of course. I completely forgot about f7 hanging. Okay, then King G1 is fine. Then it makes sense. I thought it was insane. So, yeah, if you have any questions about the tournament, or you would like to view a specific game, or if you're rooting for someone, let us know in the chat. I'm also trying to keep an eye on the YouTube chat. We're more active here on Twitch, but I also keep an eye on YouTube just in case. And yeah, we're getting really close to the end of the tournament as we are now in round 6. After this round, we'll have 3 more rounds to go, and then we will know who is going to be the winner of this tournament. Mind you, this is called the 11th Menchik Memorial. It's a yearly event. I think, as far as I know, for the most part, it has been a 10-player round robin with 10 women players every single time, as this tournament is in memorial for Vera Menchik. Vera Menchik was the first world women's chess champion, and she was playing chess at a very high level. She's very strong back in the day when there were no chess engines whatsoever. And she held on to her title for so long until she unfortunately died in World War II. So she died way too soon, and she only lost the title because of that. She didn't lose her title by losing it in chess. So yeah, would have been amazing to see more of her chess, as she still had so many years ahead of her. But yeah, such is life. So yeah, this tournament is carrying her legacy, and all the girls are doing their best over here, trying to play their best chess possible. And yeah, it's beautiful. It's beautiful to see such a tournament organized. We don't have many of such tournaments. Of course, we have a lot of round robin tournaments happening all over the world, but it's rare to see a 10-player round robin with all the players being women. It's very rare. It's really difficult to get 10 women together unless there's, we have those, let's say, Grand Prix women's tournaments. But yeah, we don't have 10 women invited for a round robin like this. Not happening as often. It's quite rare. So it's a fantastic that the English Chess Federation is supporting women in chess. They're giving opportunities not only to the locals, but also others outside of the country, as yeah, they invited some players over. We have 2 players from Poland. We have Ketevan from Scotland. Well, it's technically, very close to UK, and very close to England, so that helps. But we also have Lara Schulze from Germany. We have Andrea Marioara from Romania. We have Cécile Hossernot from France. So yeah, this tournament is bringing all these different players together and giving chances to the younger players, the maybe not as experienced players, to have a chance to get a norm and to test themselves against some of the strongest women players in the world. Claudia Colon, she's the #1 seed in this field. She has a lot of achievements to her name. She has played a lot of chess, and she has done so well throughout her career. International Master, around 2400 rating. And yeah, she's showing her strength this tournament, as she is now on 5.5 out of 6 after her win. So she's showing her strength here, and it's fantastic to see. She's a very active player too. Just before this tournament, she flew from Hungary because she was playing a tournament there. And yeah, some of the other players also been playing very actively. I've seen a lot of them actually play in the Four Nations Chess League. So it's nice to see a lot of familiar faces as well. So let me take a look if we missed anything. Not in particular. For now, Camilla is spending quite some time here. I mean, it's a difficult position, right? Because bishop takes f7 is the threat. It's very tempting to take the rook, but unfortunately, it's not enough. And it leaves Black's king helpless. She has 25 minutes, so it's good for her. But she did have much more time earlier. And yeah, she is going to have a difficult time, I think, to keep up the time advantage because Ketevan is doing really well. She plays really well, and if you make the right moves, if you make good moves, it's harder for your opponent to also keep making good moves, and it might take a lot of time. So, yeah, Ketevan still surviving with the clock situation. So let's see how that develops. But for now, we're waiting for Camilla to make a move. What are the moves that she can play here, actually? Because it's very tempting to take on here. Let's just go through the line. What happens if bishop takes e1? Obviously, bishop takes f7. And the thing is that if you play king f8 to defend the rook, well, it's possible, but then bishop takes and you cannot move this bishop because there's checkmate. There's literally checkmate. So, well, you can take here, but then I take here. And now it's clear that white is completely winning, right? White is up 2 pawns. This king is stranded on the e8. It has no business being there. And this, despite white's lack of development, well, black is an even worse situation when it comes to development. So that is why this is a big threat. Bishop e6 looks very appealing. But we can just take, play rook f1, and white is still up a pawn. And not just any pawn, but a very, very good one. Because, so here you have 4 against 2. But here, 3 against 2, this pawn is not doing anything on f7. It's not of any help here. So it almost feels like Ketevan is up 2 pawns here because of the 2 pawns on the half-open files. It's not a pass pawn yet, but it might turn into one. So, yeah. This position also looking very pleasant for white. So, yeah, Camilla has to find a good move here, and it's very difficult. Apparently, king h8 is supposed to be played here. I mean, that is completely insane. It makes sense, actually, when you see that after bishop takes f7, there's bishop e6. And at least the king is safe here. But this is madness territory. After bishop takes, we have to take here. I think that's complete madness. It gets worse. There's bishop f7, knight e5. Yeah, this is not happening. This is complete madness. So if we just stay back to the human side of chess, I think Ketevan is doing fantastic. Oh, knight h8 is played. Yeah, you know that things are very wrong when you have to go for a move such as knight h8. I mean, it makes sense. You have to try to be as stubborn as possible. You can't just allow bishop takes f7 so easily, even if king h8 is the best move. Ironically, knight h8 it's the correct square but the wrong piece. But the explanation of that is completely insane. So I think knight h8 is very fair. Just be stubborn, hold on to your position as much as possible, and there's a chance that your opponent might crumble because now your opponent has to find a way to get the advantage. It's not easy. So I like this. I think it's practically a really good move. Even though putting a knight on h8 is a nightmare. Pun intended. Okay. In the meantime, there's a lot of there's a lot happening in the game of Lara against Andrea. A king on e8. Wow. Okay, so we missed just a few moves actually. Queen h5 was played, knight f7, rook d1. Oh, and the king marched to e8. Wow. It makes sense because, as I mentioned, it's very scary there on the king side for the king. But I'm not sure if it's any better on e8. But perhaps it was difficult to find any good move here. Yeah, I guess Andrea is trying to survive simply, but I'm not sure how she's going to, given the fact that white's pieces are ready for any attack, really, on any side. Black's pieces are so passive here, and that makes it very difficult for black to proceed. I really like Lara's position now. Things changed out of nowhere, and that's why you want to restrict your opponent's pieces as much as possible. Quickly, to illustrate what happened, here it was so important to play g4, because by not playing g4, you allow the opponent to play on the light squares, to get a lot of activity, and by playing g4, you restrict your opponent. This rook is doing nothing anymore. The bishop has no attacking points anymore. I mean, bishop a7 is an empty move. Actually, it's covered by the knight. But just to illustrate, even if bishop a7 was not dropping the piece, it's an empty move, right? So, yeah. The bishop is unable to do anything here. Do all the smart... Oh! Do all the smart people in these chess tournaments hang out after to talk stocks and taking over the world and such? Not sure. Not sure. I think chess players usually focus on the chess. Unless it doesn't go well, then not. But usually people are very chess players are very simple or very by themselves. The hanging out part is happening very rarely. It happens very rarely. At least in the middle of tournaments. Okay, anyway, let's go back to the position. Bishop d2. Okay, makes sense. It does make sense to try to shift the attention to the queen side, but... I guess it doesn't allow black to play knight here because of bishop a5. So you need to keep the knight here to cover a5. But it's so hard to find a move here with black. It's really difficult. Oh, really, Swedish Logician? I had no idea about this. Thank you so much for telling me. Wow. Swedish Logician in my Twitch chat is saying that Vera Menchik beat Dutch world champion Max Owe twice. Now, I want to see this. I want to see. Is there like a game in the database of this? Oh, I see at least one game in 1931. Oh, that is fantastic. Wow. Wow, that is fantastic. Oh wow, she really demolished Max. Oh. Oh, that's brutal. Oh, it was a really good game. Wow. I see a draw. Oh, I see an article, the Menchik Owa chess battles. Oh. That is so cool. Please give the link. Oh yeah. Ooh. Yeah, I can drop it in the chat. That is fantastic. Okay, I need to log in for this, but that's fine. because I opened this information on my laptop because I have so many tabs open. But that's fine. Okay. Oh. This was the game, and I see someone wrote something interesting on a forum about the battles between them. Yeah, yeah, she won twice. So I think they played each other 4 times, and in the last 2 games, Vera Menchik won. So the score is 2.5, 1.5. Wow. Oh, she got along with Max O's wife. That is amazing. Wow, the more you know. I mean, history is so beautiful, but there's a lot of these stories that just are never talked about. It's so amazing. Wow. Yeah, make sure to check that out. It's a really nice post about their battles. Um Oh, Andrea down to 11 minutes. Okay, I think the time difference was not too big in this game, but now it's getting worrisome for Andrea. I mean, she has a really tough position to defend here. Let's see. I'm just quickly going to jump around to see what happens in the other games. Elmira on her way to win. She is doing her job of converting this. Just pushing pawns. Yep. Just pushing pawns on the queen side. Why not? You have an extra pawn over there. So you make a pass pawn. And then slowly you'll have to give up one of the pieces here with white. So Elmira on her way to win. Oh, knight takes c5 makes perfect sense. I think this drops this pawn, right? Rook a1. Rook takes a2. Or rook e2. Does the job as well. Because after this takes, and now the knight is hanging, so you have to defend like this, and then you win the knight. So rook e2 does the job as well, but a4 was played instead. Also fine. Okay. Just 10 minutes, but it should be enough to win the game. What is happening in the... Oh! Okay, let's take a look. So takes, bishop e5 turns out to be a mistake because knight not f, 4 f3. And where is the bishop going? Oh, so if the bishop goes, let's say here, is there queen b4? Not necessarily. I think you can still defend with either knight. By the way, by playing knight f3, you're attacking the bishop and the knight. So your options are already very limited. And you also have to face bishop e7. Yeah, it is possible for white to simplify here, which I think is very important because white is up 2 pawns now. Getting into an endgame will only help things, I think. Yeah, Cecile had a fantastic tournament so far, and she even, I think, the points that she, yeah, I think earlier today she made a draw, but she was in a much better position. She was close to winning that game, but then she ended the game ended in a draw. But a few days ago when she lost, oh no, she didn't lose, she drew that game. She did get away with it. But yeah, so far she had been doing really well, but this game is not going her way. It's looking very difficult for her. 7 minutes on the clock as well. It's not easy to hold this. Hmm. Okay, bishop c7 played. I think that's a very logical move to defend both the bishop and the knight. But it does allow bishop e7, which tries to simplify the position. Rook c1 can always be played to trade off the rooks. The more you simplify with white, the easier or the better chances you have to win this game. Yeah, it's just really difficult to have tricks here. Even if you manage to win a piece, somehow you don't have many pawns. And when you head into an endgame with such few pawns, there's a big chance that the game might end in a draw. So, Cecile really playing for two results here. And it's also really hard to see how she can squeeze out a draw here. So, very unpleasant situation for Cecile. Can she put pressure on Shambhavi somehow, who still has 11 minutes left on the clock? I'm not sure. But anything can happen. Anything can happen in time trouble. As long as the game is not over, it's not over. The engine might say whatever it wants, but if we don't see it clearly on the board, it's not over yet. Yeah, it's ironic, right? Because you might think, oh, the queen is so weird on b1, rook on a1, rook on f1, and black's pieces seem more active, but somehow it's just not working for black. It's not working out. There are some things happening. Oh, this is madness. Ketevan down to 1.5 minutes on the clock, but she's in a better position. She brought her bishop to f4 to jump to e5. She's applying a lot of pressure now, threatening knight to f4. It almost feels like Ketevan is winning here, but for some reason she's not just yet. But it looks really promising for white. She has all her pieces active. This piece is the only piece that's not doing anything, I think. So with bishop e5, she's posing a lot of threats to her opponent. Knight f4 is incoming. And yeah, it's looking good for white, but the time situation is very worrisome for Ketevan. Can she survive with 1.5 minutes on the clock? For now, Camila is thinking. She has 18 minutes on the clock. But it's really hard to find a good move here with black. Her knight is out of the game. Its only purpose is to defend f7. And, well, it works because f7 is attacked 3 times, defended 3 times, so you can at least defend this way. But you're not able to create any sort of threats. There's no plans. I mean, you took the pawn on h3, but now what's next? And that is the difficult part. How do you continue here? I guess rook e6 is a move because there's no bishop takes e6 due to mate. But of course, as I mentioned before, knight f4 is a big problem. That's why you don't have this fancy move. Otherwise, it would have been nice to play that, I guess. But it's not happening here. That's not happening here. Andrea is coming back in the game. Wow, what happened here? b6 was played. Turns out that taking on b6 was not the right choice. Instead, c takes c6 was necessary to sort of provoke black into having this weak pawn. Although optically it seems as if black is holding on this way. But turns out white can try to somehow get into black's position, maneuvering pieces around. Let's say queen e2 to jump to a6. Somehow you have to poke the opponent, and then things fall into place. That's just how chess works. That's just how it works. But instead, c takes b6, the logical move. And now, knight takes a5. Ooh, and black is solidifying. Black is completely solidifying. That bishop was important now because... Yeah, I know it... Earlier we did say we don't really have any value for this bishop, so might as well trade it for the knight. But now it's black who's coming back in the game. Soon, I expect King f8 to be played, Knight e5 coming back into the game. The queen can join as well. Slowly, slowly, black is coming back. This pawn is a weakness, remember? So, tough position. And also the two rooks of black are getting really active, keep in mind. So, rook b4 played, trying to get the pawn on e4. This is very tough for white. I like black's position quite a bit now. It was really necessary to keep the dark squared bishop in case of attacking one of the pawns or trying to get a sacrifice in somehow to open up the position a bit. But now without the bishop, suddenly black is back into the game. Okay. Okay, Ketevan has to make a move here. So bishop g4 was played, knight f4 on the board, and queen g5. Ketevan down to 1 minute, so she has to make a move with such little time. She'll probably have to move the rook because it's under attack, right? Rook under attack, we just move it. Rook to d3. Yeah, rook d3 played. And now black to move. What can black do here? It's so hard to find a plan. I guess it's always a good idea to attack the opponent's pieces, right? But it's not really helping matters. There's no structured plan. Also, after rook here, queen b5, this is not happening because the rook is hanging. So do you play rook ec8 instead? I guess that's one way to get the pawn on c2, but... This rook does feel very sad over here, but I guess you have no choice. I guess this is possible to play. This might be played. I think it should be played, actually. To get some chances. Maybe rook d2 was a bit more precise for this reason, although it does feel very loose on d2. But maybe it was necessary, because I would rather hold on to my c2 pawn. I'm very attached to this pawn. Okay, okay. Elmira on her way to win once again. Let's go back. She managed to create a passed pawn here. b4 takes. The king is on b4 now. Pawn is heading to promotion. White will have to give up a piece for that. And, well, maybe there's still a long grind ahead because it will be rook and bishop versus knight and bishop. Maybe you play bishop e4 to trade bishops. Get the d3 pawn somehow, and then you have to convert knight and 3 pawns against your rook and 3 pawns. There's a chance that that might happen, actually. There's a chance. But let's see. Let's see. Ooh, Cecile down to 4 minutes. All the players are getting so low on time now, so we're gonna quickly jump around the games to see where the action is and what the players, how the players are faring in time trouble. So in this position, Cecile has to make a move. Well, this is a bit of an unfortunate situation, right? So you'll have to defend this knight somehow. You can move the knight here, here, or bishop here. Yeah, very tough. She's 3 minutes on the clock. What will she decide to do here? Oh yeah, good point. Bishop e7 is a threat. I almost forgot about that move for a second. The disadvantage of jumping around through different games is that you sometimes forget some of the patterns of those games, but that's okay. We're here for the action, and yeah, bishop e7, a big threat indeed. So moving this knight will not help so much. Once again, we do have this idea so that if takes, you can't take because of bishop takes, but that's fine. We don't need to take. Just activate pieces, slowly improve the position, play g3 to stop any of this. But yeah, you're not in a rush with white whatsoever. Yeah, you can play bishop a5. Just slightly worried about, let's say, knight c4 and bishop e7. It's looking very dangerous with the knight coming in. Okay, knight 5 a4 has been played, so no bishop e7. Well, you can still play it, but it doesn't have much value. So yeah, the knights are trying to help each other, but it looks quite difficult to play here with black. What is important in these situations is patience. Patience, patience, patience. Stop any sort of counterplay by your opponent. For example, I want to play the rook, but if I play rook c1, I'm hit with knight e2 check. So then I think, oh, maybe I'll just play rook e1 and stop any sort of knight e2. Because you know that you have the upper hand here, and if you just hold on to your position and don't try to complicate matters or don't get too fancy, then your opponent can't really do much. Yeah, if knight e2 check earlier, I guess king f1 was a slight problem. But yeah, this is in a position, so we would like to stop this. And remember, white is trying to play bishop g3 to trade off the bishops to simplify matters. So I would not be so happy to face knight e2 check after that. So I would prepare this with rook e1 and then bishop g3 check would be, not check, sorry, bishop g3 would be nice then. Okay, queen b3 played. Actually makes sense. Attacking the pawn on e6, why not? Completely forgot there's a weakness in the position. Yeah, it is a strange position, and that is mostly because of the opening. It's the nature of the opening, the Benoni, where black is sacrificing a pawn and getting a lot of activity in return. There's still some activity of it left, I guess, but it came at the cost of 2 pawns now, which is a little too much. And we have advanced quite a bit in the game. White's king is safe here. And Cecile down to 2 minutes. Oh, this is looking so tense. This is looking very, very tense. Queen a6 played, alright. Maybe trying to get into e2, oh, also defending the pawn on e6, of course. Yeah, e-pawn was hanging, so queen defense. Simple chess. Simple chess. Especially with low time, sometimes it's necessary to just play simple moves. Okay. So far, so good. Okay, in the game of Ketevan against Camila, this has indeed happened. Rook e8, queen b5, rook takes c2. Oh, this is getting so tense. Oh my goodness. And now, oh no, queen takes b7 was played. It's still fine. I think it's logical. The computer hates it, but I think it's fine. I mean, to find the computer moves here, you'll have to be insane. So I think queen takes b7 is fine. It's just a very difficult position to play altogether, especially with such less time. Only 1.5 minutes on the clock. Oh, this is stressful. Let's see, how many decisive games do we think that there will be? So far we had 1 decisive game. Let's see, I think... So my guess will be we'll have... Because anything can still happen in the other games, you know? In all the games, anything can still happen. Even in Elmira's game, I think there is still the tiniest chance of something going wrong and then there's like a fortress happening, which would be very unfortunate, but it happens. Or let's say that the computer might say it's completely winning, but for humans, it's very difficult to find a win in an endgame. I've seen this happen with like rook and bishop endgame with pawns, 3 pawns each on the same side. And it's actually very difficult to win. While the computer is saying, oh, +5, but then it's actually not so easy. So that's why it can be very difficult sometimes. We got a raid from Dina, Bell, and Kaya. Thank you so much, Dina, with a party of 221 people. Thank you so much, Dina. Hope you had a good stream. Welcome, everyone. This is the official commentary stream of the 11th Menchik Memorial. Welcome in. Hello. We are covering this tournament over here. We're both on Twitch and YouTube. We're also streaming on the English Chess Federation's YouTube channel. Hope you're doing well, Dina. Good to see you. It's been a while. We're covering this event, which is a 10-player round robin with 10 women participating. It's a very strong field, and it's there's a lot at stake. The players can achieve women international master norms, but also women grandmaster norms. And we're now already in round 6. It's past the halfway mark of the tournament, and today's round might actually be very important for some of the norm chances. Yeah, absolutely. I was asked by the organizers to participate here, but unfortunately, they were looking for a woman grandmaster, and I'm still waiting for my title to be approved. So, unfortunately, it was not possible for me to participate. So, the next best thing is to commentate, and I thought it was amazing to be able to commentate here. So yeah, I would have loved to participate. I was really happy to, but yeah, unfortunately we could not make it happen. But yeah, it's also really fun to follow the games. My final norm was the Dutch League. So the Dutch League is an event where you play 1 game at a time, and it's like a whole season. So you play about 1 game per month. And then I was doing really well in the 1 season, and in the last round, I only needed to face a FIDE master to fulfill all the requirements, because I already had so many points achieved. I already scored so many points, so that's how I achieved the WGM norm, by just showing up and facing a FIDE master. Had I drawn the last game in the Dutch League, I would have gotten the International Master norm. But unfortunately, I lost, and it was very sad. But okay, it got me the WGM final norm, so it's fine. Oh, you're Dutch! Oh, I would not have guessed it from your username. That's funny. Wow, it's fantastic. But yeah, Dina would absolutely be worthy to participate here. She would fit very well in this field, and yeah, it's a very fun tournament. Oh, let's jump back to Cecile's game. Oh yeah, I see a lot of trades, and actually it looks like Cecile is slowly equalizing it. Okay, what just happened? Let's dial back a little bit. Queen a6, queen c4, offering the trade of queens. See, we would like to simplify, but not at the cost of a pawn. Oh, and the thing is that even though white is up a pawn here, this knight is so strong on a4, stopping us from moving this pawn. And if we can't push that pawn, then rook e1, knight c3, and it's really difficult to make progress here with white. So it looks like Cecile is surviving one more time, which would help her norm chances quite a bit, as she's she has been in a tough position the entirety of the game. So she doesn't really have much chances to try to win. I mean, I'm trying to think if there is a way to get some activity here with the pieces, but I think white is just very easily defending everything. I think for black to try to win, you'll have to hope for a miracle here. Yeah, but of course, winning would make everything much easier for her, but she should be happy about a draw here, so given the circumstances. But let's see, we're gonna see a time scramble, so it's gonna be very exciting. Oh, the game of Laura Schulze and Andrea Marioara Kosman is getting really tense. Hold on. Black is getting so active. Look at that. The rooks are incredibly active. Queen f7. Oh yeah, it's stopping queen h5, so makes sense. Preparing rook b2. Wow. Andrea coming back here. This is also going to be a thriller of a time trouble situation. Yeah, chess is not for the weak. It's very stressful, and that is the thing with this time format. Usually we spend all our time in this time control format, which then, like, after 90 minutes, we're still not done with the game, so we still have to play on and on with 1 minute left on the clock. It's very stressful, and we keep doing this to ourselves. But yeah, that's the thing. In this time control, the games are usually not decided before the players are in time trouble. The game goes on, and that's why it's so important to manage your time well. I have no idea what to do in either of these positions. It's so difficult, right? And imagine the players have such little time on the clock. To help you a little bit, to guide you through the position, with white, I'm not sure what to do in this position either. I guess my best chance would be to try to open it up with h takes g5 and try to get on the h file. You need to try to access the opponent's weaknesses somehow. And in this position, I would say that the king is the main weakness of black. But by playing rook b3, there's a big mistake, apparently. Wait, what? What? Why is this a big mistake? I don't see it. Yeah, spot the mistake. Maybe it's not losing material, but you're losing the threat in a position. Maybe it has to do with the fact that you just, let's say, take and then play g4, queen h5. So you're not losing material immediately, but you're slowly losing the threat of the position. Yeah, exactly, Sverjas. I think this is important. Because we really need the rook here to try to attack. And by trading this rook off the board, we just have no attack anymore. Or we just take a pawn. Okay. Now I'm curious. Oh, you can access G3. That is brilliant. What? Wow. You can just access G3. And above all, let's say... I was trying to point out something, but I really need the trade here. Yep, queen f2, knight g4. No, there's like a lot of tricks in a position. I guess it makes sense. If you see a free pawn, take it. But it's surprising how well this works. Ah, I guess that was the whole plan of Andrea's move, queen f7, to get out of the pin. She was pinned here all the time, so she moves the queen so she can take the pawn. It's brilliant. Because why not? Yeah, and the king is now very vulnerable here. You can play h5, knight g4. That's another idea. And suddenly Andrea is completely winning. It looked so worrisome for a moment, but now she's completely back and even winning this game. In the meantime, Cecile's game's also going places. They're both super low on time. What is happening? Oh. Oh no, she allowed bishop e7. Oh no. Oh, the one move that we have been talking about so many times this game. She allows bishop e7 and she can now win the pawn. But there seems to be more happening here. Why would you not take the pawn? I guess because there's another pawn hanging here. Apparently, there is more. Okay, g4. I like that. I like that. The computer is not happy about this. I'm trying to figure out why this was such a good position. I guess there is a big chance that black is just in zugzwang. Like, any move is bad. So let's say g3 and then rook d5 instead of with g4. What happens here? Oh, and then we're happy to trade. Okay, this is getting too much. Let's just follow the game along. Apparently there's a difference between this and this position. Probably because this pawn is weak and this bishop is attacking here and bishop can go here. Maybe there are some differences that way, but for now, it's really difficult to pinpoint the exact difference. There's some loose pawn, there's some weaknesses happening here, but it's to give it such a big difference is really hard to say. But yeah. Players are in time trouble. For now, white is still up a pawn, but now the winning chances have significantly reduced of white. I think white is still pressing, of course. Of course, they're still pressing, but this game might take some time. All right, let's jump around. So rook takes b8, rook takes b8 has happened, knight e6, and the beautiful queen g8. What a find by Andrea. Preparing queen g3 check, and suddenly it's lights out. She's even allowing queen h5 check. And you can just run with the king. King d7, and we're running away here. Queen takes h4, there's knight f3 check. White is forced to take because there's a fork. And then rook b2 check, and it's checkmate soon on g2. Beautiful sequence of moves. This might be played. Queen h5 played. Oh, this is being played! It's on the board! King d7! Wow! I can't believe that the king is actually safe. Because earlier we were thinking, oh, the king is running away, but where is it running away? Why is it running away to e8 out of all places? Because the king, even though it wasn't safe on the king side, I don't think it was safe anywhere else either. But somehow, king d7, the winning move. And now queen takes h4, and that's it, knight f3 check. Yes. And almost on the board. Camera's a little bit delayed, so we're gonna see it a bit later. But yeah, knight f3 and lights out. Rook b2. I just want to go for the check. Just want to go for the check. Yep. Still thinking about it, and she plays it. Knight f3 on the board. Fantastic move. And this is resignable now. Wow. Very nicely played. The final stage of the game was beautifully played by Andrea. It looked so worrisome. It looked so difficult at some point. I was really worried for her. But this final stage, the time trouble phase, very well done. She played amazingly. What a nice game. And I think we're gonna see a resignation soon. We see it now on the camera as well. Knight f3 played. And I expect resignation very soon. Or they might go on till mate. I don't mind if my opponent doesn't resign, because if I'm completely winning, I don't have anything to worry about, and I'm just enjoying my time. Yeah, but it's also a very beautiful position to resign in. And resignation happened indeed. Black wins in this game. Andrea Mariuara wins, and she is now on 4.5 out of 6. With this, Lara is officially out of getting the norm. She's not able to reach 7 points anymore, which she needs for the WGM norm. And Andrea does have a chance. She's on 4.5 out of 6. Fantastic score. 4.5 out of 6? Is that correct? Let me double check this. Yeah, she is. Oh, she hasn't lost a single game yet. Oh, very nice, Andrea. She is on a roll. Very nice. Well, she still has some tough pairings to go through, but with this win today, she's doing fantastic. So congrats to her. Very excited to follow her games in the last 3 rounds. Let's jump around a little bit. I see that Camilla is performing magic. Whoa, what happened here? I have no idea what is going on here. I mean, I look at the moves and I see rainbows. I see rainbow colors. Let's dial back a little bit. We left off around here where it was still equal. Oh, bishop f2, fancy. Sacrificing the piece, and now the attack continues. A lot of only moves were played. Knight e2, have to do that to survive. Otherwise, you're just losing the rook. So knight e2. Oh, sorry about that. So knight e2, rook takes now the bishop, defends the rook. King to g1, h5. Ooh, that was not the right move apparently. I mean, it's very difficult to find the right moves here. f5 was not a good move. Oh, bishop takes f5 was missed. Because bishop takes, there's going to be mate. So this was missed. I wonder, no, I can't find a reason why this would not be played. Maybe knight g6 still survives, but This was definitely a big miss. Queen b7, queen g5, allowing bishop takes f5 one more time. But now it looks more complicated, but it does the job. And bishop d5 was played. Oh! Oh! Bishop d5 is played and black is winning again. This is madness. What is happening in this game? Oh, both clocks are on 0. What is happening? We need to know what is happening. Oh no, we don't have moves anymore. No. The clock stopped working. No. Both black. Oh no. I guess... Well, unfortunately, we'll have to switch around because we have 2 more games happening. Okay, just scrolling back real quick. The game ended in a draw! What? The game ended in a draw! That is incredible! Oh, I love that. I love that. When neither player can find the win, you just go for the draw. Yeah. I mean, it was a very stressful situation already, and I guess they were kind of fed up with it and couldn't figure it out any longer because black had to find the idea of rook e1 and rook takes e5, which is very... It's not easy whatsoever. And white had to find this idea with bishop takes f5, which was also missed. So, yeah. That's what happens in time trouble. The craziest things happen, and this is why you would love to have a few more minutes on the clock to see all of this. But, okay. Complicated position. Then going back to this game, so just quickly scrolling through what happened. So, black won the piece, but now the real fight starts, although having the activity so much helps a lot. And oh, now there was a piece captured, and after king d3 you just give a check, I guess. Pawn is promoting. It's game over. True justice. Yes. And I think Elmira is winning this game. Oh, Cecile's game is over? Oh, they repeated moves! It's a threefold repetition! Ah! Okay, so let's quickly scroll through the moves. So they were just moving a bit here and there. Cecile found the best move because, yeah, all the other moves blunder the rook. And here they simply agreed to a draw. They didn't want to play this out any longer and just agreed to repeat and make a draw. So, whew, Cecile survives another one. I mean, Shambavi, she played really, really well. She made it so difficult for Cecile, and Cecile getting the draw. Still, after all of that, wow, very well done. She's still on track, but yeah, draws are very costly in this tournament. You need a lot of wins for the norm. So with this draw, Cecile is on 4.5 out of 6. She's still on track to reach 7 points, but it's getting increasingly more difficult as the rounds are reducing, and we need wins. We need wins. We need full points for the norm. So, but a draw is nice. A draw helps a lot. And with that, the round is over as Elmira also finished and she won her game against Katarzyna. Also very scary game. At the beginning, Elmira was not looking good, but Katarzyna did not take advantage of it, and she had to go through a very difficult position, and Elmira finished it off very nicely. Surprisingly enough, this was the last game to finish. I expected this game to finish a bit earlier, but Katarzyna was defending so well. So with that, the round is over, everybody. We have round 6 is in the books. If we quickly check the standings now, we see that Claudia Coulon is first place with 5.5 out of 6. She's now a point ahead of the others. As Cécile Hassernot drew her game is down 4.5 out of 6. Andrea is on 4.5 as well. And then we have a few people with 3. And there's some chances for norms here and there. Camila's actually doing really well for a WIM norm, so she also has a good chance for a norm. But yeah, unfortunately, Lara Schultz is out of the norm. She can no longer get the WGM norm. She deserved it so much, but this tournament did not go her way. But okay, there's still rating points to fight for, and she would be looking to win some rating back, so we'll see her in action in the last 3 rounds, as today was round 6. So we have 3 more rounds to go. We'll be covering tomorrow's round 7, over here on this channel, same time. Same time? Well, not exactly. I think we'll start 30 minutes earlier, because today's round was moved 30 minutes because of the double round. Tomorrow is just a single round in the afternoon. We'll be here 3 p.m. local time, 4 p.m. Europe time. So stay tuned. Thank you so much, everyone, for watching. I hope you enjoyed this round as much as I did. It was a very exciting round once again. And as the tournament is closing in, getting to an end, we are very excited to see who will prevail and who will achieve a norm. We hope that someone achieves a norm, of course. So, thank you so much for watching, everybody. We hope to see you back tomorrow. Same time. Oh, not close to same time. But same place. And yeah, we'll see who is going to win the 11th Menchik Memorial.